Welcome to Fall Asleep with Fantasy, where dreams come alive and sleep is a magical adventure. Close your eyes, relax, and drift away into worlds of enchanted forests, mystical castles, and starry skies, all designed to guide you into the most peaceful slumber. Before you get cozy, be sure to like the video and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. So, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the journey begin. Reina was a ghost in the machine of Neo-Kyoto, a whisper in the neon-drenched canyons. At 24, she'd already mastered the art of disappearing, of becoming one with the pulsating, chaotic energy of the city. Her skills weren't born of some romanticized rebellion. They were forged in the crucible of necessity. Orphaned young, she'd learned to survive on the streets. Her nimble fingers and sharper wit, her only weapons. Her hunting ground was the underbelly of the city, the labyrinthine network of alleys where reality frayed at the edges. Tonight, she was after a quick score. Something defense for a few credits, enough to keep the grumbling in her stomach at bay. She was skilled, confident, and generally avoided trouble. But tonight, the alley called to her with a siren song, promising an opportunity too tempting to resist. This wasn't just any alley. This was the Alley of Shifting Echoes, a place spoken of in hushed tones by the city's fringe dwellers. It was a legend, a myth whispered among the data jockeys, the biohackers, and the augmented street thugs. The alley was said to appear and disappear at will, its ephemeral shops offering wares from worlds beyond human comprehension. Some claimed they were glimpses into alternate timelines. Others believed them to be portals to alien civilizations. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain. The Alley of Shifting Echoes was dangerous. Reina had heard the stories. Shops selling memories, weapons that bent the laws of physics, elixirs that promised immortality, and the consequences for those who dared to steal from them. But hunger had a way of silencing good sense. The alley materialized before her as if summoned by her own desperation. One moment, there was only a grimy brick wall. The next, a shimmering portal ripped open the fabric of reality, revealing a narrow passage choked with alien storefronts. The air thrummed with an otherworldly energy, a low hum that resonated deep within her bones. The smells were intoxicating, exotic spices, ozone and metallic tang, and something else, something ancient and indescribably other. The shops were a kaleidoscope of the bizarre and the beautiful. One stall displayed shimmering orbs that pulsed with inner light. Another offered weapons crafted from obsidian-like material that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. Garbled alien languages spilled from open doorways, mingling with the cacophony of the city. Reina moved cautiously, her senses on high alert. The alley was teeming with beings she couldn't identify, their forms ranging from vaguely humanoid to utterly alien. Some were haggling over strange artifacts, others were simply browsing, their multifaceted eyes gleaming with curiosity. She found herself drawn to a small, unassuming shop tucked away in a darkened corner. The sign above the door was written in a language she couldn't decipher, but the objects displayed in the window held her captive. They were trinkets, seemingly worthless baubles, yet they radiated an aura of immense power. One object in particular caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved amulet, no bigger than her thumb. It was made of a dark, metallic substance, inlaid with swirling patterns of iridescent blue. It pulsed with a faint rhythmic beat, as if it possessed a life of its own. Raina felt an inexplicable pull towards it, a desire to possess it that overwhelmed her reason. Inside the shop, the air was thick with incense and the low, guttural chanting of the shopkeeper. He was a being of indeterminate age and species, his skin leathery and etched with strange symbols. He sat cross-legged behind a cluttered counter, his eyes large and black, seemingly seeing right through her. Raina knew she shouldn't. She knew the risks. But the amulet called to her, promising something she couldn't name. She waited for the shopkeeper to look away for a split second. Then, with a speed born of years of practice, she snatched the amulet and slipped it into her pocket. She melted back into the crowd, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't dare look back. She just ran, pushing past alien beings, ignoring the strange glances and the unintelligible curses. She had to get out of the alley, back into the familiar chaos of Neo-Kyoto. She burst out of the alley, the portal slamming shut behind her, leaving only the grimy brick wall in its wake. She leaned against the wall, catching her breath, the amulet heavy in her pocket. She had done it. She had stolen from the alley of shifting echoes and gotten away with it, or so she thought. The next morning, Raina woke with a jolt, a sense of unease clinging to her like a shroud. She felt disoriented, as if she had slept for days. She glanced around her small, cramped apartment, a converted storage unit in the lower levels of the city. Everything seemed normal, yet off. She got out of bed and walked to the window, a small, grimy opening that offered a view of the towering skyscrapers and the perpetual neon glow of Neo-Kyoto. But the view was different. The buildings were somehow taller, the neon signs brighter, the air thicker with a strange, unfamiliar haze. She dismissed it as the lingering effects of a restless night and went to the communal washroom to clean up. As she looked at her reflection in the cracked mirror, she gasped. Her face was different. Her features were sharper, her eyes more intense, and there was a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around her. She touched her face, her fingers tracing the unfamiliar contours. Something was happening to her, something she didn't understand. She went back to her apartment and took out the amulet, the one she had stolen from the alley of shifting echoes. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic beat, its iridescent blue patterns swirling hypnotically. As she held it, she felt a surge of power, a connection to something vast and ancient. But the power came with a price. As she clutched the amulet, a wave of dizziness washed over her. She stumbled, catching herself on the edge of her bed. When the dizziness subsided, she looked around the room, her heart pounding in her chest. Everything was exactly as she had left it, except for one thing, the door. It was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall, identical to the one that hid the alley of shifting echoes. Panic seized her. She ran to the wall, pounding on it with her fists. Nothing. It was as solid as bedrock. She was trapped. She tried the window. It was sealed shut, the glass fused to the frame. She kicked at it, punched at it, but it wouldn't budge. She was trapped, alone, in her cramped apartment with no way out. She sank to the floor, her head in her hands. What had she done? What had she stolen? What had she unleashed? As the initial panic subsided, a cold dread settled in. She was cursed to never leave, to be imprisoned within the confines of her own apartment. But why? What was the meaning of it all? Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Raina lived in a state of perpetual anxiety and growing despair. She rationed her food, her meager supplies dwindling with each passing day. She tried everything to escape, to break through the wall, to find some way out of her prison. But nothing worked. The amulet remained her constant companion, its rhythmic pulse a constant reminder of her folly. She tried to get rid of it, to throw it away, but it always reappeared, clutched tightly in her hand. It was a part of her now, a parasitic growth that fed on her life force. As time wore on, Raina began to change. The shimmer around her intensified. Her features became more alien. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. She was transforming, becoming something other than human. She began to experience strange visions, glimpses into other worlds, other realities. She saw alien landscapes, bizarre creatures, and technologies beyond human comprehension. The amulet was opening her mind, exposing her to the vastness of the universe. But the visions were also terrifying. She saw war, destruction, and the decay of civilizations. She saw the dark side of the universe, the horrors that lurked in the shadows. She realized that the amulet wasn't just a trinket. It was a key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. But it was also a burden, a curse that was slowly consuming her. One day, as she sat staring at the amulet, a new vision came to her. It was clearer, more vivid than any she had experienced before. She saw the shopkeeper from the alley of shifting echoes, his leathery face etched with concern. He was speaking to her, his voice a low, guttural hum that resonated within her mind. "The amulet," he said, "it does not belong to you. It is a sacred artifact, a key to the balance of worlds. You have disrupted the harmony, and now you must pay the price." "What do you want?" Raina asked, her voice hoarse from disuse. "What can I do?" "Return the amulet," the shopkeeper said. "Return it to the alley of shifting echoes, and the curse will be lifted." "But how?" Raina cried. "The alley is gone. I am trapped." "The alley will return," the shopkeeper said. "But you must be ready. You must be willing to sacrifice." The vision faded, leaving Raina alone in her prison, the shopkeeper's words echoing in her mind. She knew what she had to do. She had to find a way to return the amulet, to undo the damage she had caused. But how? She spent days studying the amulet, trying to decipher its secrets. She meditated, trying to connect with its energy, to understand its purpose. She researched the alley of shifting echoes, scouring the data nets for any information she could find. She discovered that the alley was more than just a marketplace. It was a nexus point, a place where different realities intersected. It was guarded by powerful forces, beings who maintained the balance between worlds. She also learned about the amulet. It was called the Keystone, and it was said to be the key to opening and closing the gateways between realities. It was a powerful artifact, capable of unimaginable destruction if it fell into the wrong hands. Raina realized that she had stumbled upon something far greater than she could have ever imagined. She was no longer just a thief trying to survive. She was a pawn in a cosmic game, a game with stakes that were higher than life itself. She knew that she couldn't face this alone. She needed help. But who could she trust? Who would believe her story? She remembered Kai, a data jockey she had worked with in the past. He was eccentric, paranoid, and often unreliable. But he was also brilliant. He knew the data nets like the back of his hand, and he had a network of contacts that stretched across the city. Raina hadn't seen Kai in years, but she knew where to find him. He frequented a dive bar in the lower levels of the city, a place where the augmented and the forgotten gathered to drown their sorrows. It took her weeks to prepare. She had to conserve her remaining food, to repair her tattered clothes, and to steel herself for the journey. She didn't know if she would ever return to her apartment, but she had to try. One night, when the moon was full and the city was shrouded in a thick fog, Raina made her move. She focused her mind, channeling the energy of the amulet. She closed her eyes and imagined the alley of shifting echoes, the shimmering portal, the alien storefronts. She felt a surge of power, a tearing sensation in her mind. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. The wall was gone. In its place was a swirling vortex of energy, a gateway to another dimension. The alley of shifting echoes had returned. Raina stepped through the portal, her heart pounding in her chest. The alley was even more chaotic than she remembered. Alien beings jostled past her, their strange languages filling the air. The smells were overwhelming, a mix of exotic spices, ozone and metallic tang, and something else, something ancient and indescribably other. She made her way through the crowd, her senses on high alert. She had to find Kai, to convince him to help her. She found him in the back of the bar, hunched over a terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He was surrounded by empty glasses and discarded data chips, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. "Kai," Raina said, her voice barely a whisper. Kai looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. "Raina, is that really you? What are you doing here?" "I need your help," Raina said. "I'm in trouble." Kai raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "Trouble? You? What kind of trouble could you possibly be in?" Raina took a deep breath and told him everything. She told him about the alley of shifting echoes, the amulet, the curse, and the shopkeeper's warning. Kai listened in silence, his expression shifting from skepticism to disbelief to grudging acceptance. He knew Raina. He knew that she wasn't one to exaggerate, that she wouldn't come to him unless she was desperate. "Okay," Kai said when she had finished. "I believe you, but this is insane. You're talking about alternate realities, curses, and cosmic artifacts. This is way beyond my pay grade." "I know," Raina said, "but you're the only one who can help me. I need you to research the amulet, to find out what it is and what it does. I need you to help me find a way to return it to the alley of shifting echoes." Kai hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "All right," he said. "I'll help you, but you owe me big time." They spent the next few days holed up in Kai's apartment, a cramped and cluttered space filled with computers, cables, and discarded junk food wrappers. Kai delved into the data nets, searching for any information he could find on the amulet. Raina, meanwhile, tried to control her visions, to understand the power that was coursing through her veins. Kai discovered that the amulet was indeed a powerful artifact, a key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. It was said to be able to manipulate reality, to open gateways to other dimensions, and to grant its wielder unimaginable power. But it was also dangerous. The amulet was sentient, with a will of its own. It could corrupt its wielder, twisting their desires and amplifying their darkest impulses. Raina was beginning to understand the true nature of the curse. It wasn't just about being trapped in her apartment. It was about the amulet slowly consuming her, turning her into something other than human. They also discovered that the alley of shifting echoes was in danger. A powerful force was trying to control it, to seize its power for their own nefarious purposes. If they succeeded, the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for the alley, but for the entire universe. Raina and Kai realized that they had to act fast. They had to return the amulet to the alley of shifting echoes to restore the balance and prevent the forces of darkness from taking control. But how? They knew that they couldn't just walk into the alley and hand the amulet over to the shopkeeper. The forces that were trying to control the alley would be watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They needed a plan. Kai suggested that they use a loophole in the code, a hidden pathway that would allow them to bypass the security protocols and slip into the alley unnoticed. It was risky, but it was their only chance. Raina agreed. They prepared for their mission, gathering the necessary equipment and steeling themselves for the dangers ahead. One night, when the moon was full and the city was shrouded in a thick fog, Raina and Kai made their move. They followed Kai's instructions, navigating the labyrinthine data nets, dodging security protocols, and evading detection. They finally reached the hidden pathway, a shimmering portal that led to the alley of shifting echoes. They stepped through the portal, their hearts pounding in their chests. The alley was even more chaotic than they remembered. The air was thick with tension, the alien beings moving with a sense of urgency. They made their way through the crowd, trying to blend in to avoid attracting attention. They reached the shop where Raina had stolen the amulet, the shopkeeper standing behind a counter, his leathery face etched with anticipation. "You have returned," the shopkeeper said, his voice a low guttural hum. "I have been waiting for you." "We have the amulet," Raina said. "We want to return it." The shopkeeper nodded. "Give it to me," he said, "and the curse will be lifted." Raina hesitated. She knew that giving up the amulet would mean giving up the power that it had granted her. But she also knew that it was the right thing to do, that it was the only way to save herself and the alley of shifting echoes. She took a deep breath and handed the amulet to the shopkeeper. As soon as the shopkeeper touched the amulet, a surge of energy coursed through the alley. The air crackled with power, the alien beings gasping in awe. The shopkeeper raised the amulet above his head, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. He chanted in a language that Raina didn't understand, his voice resonating with the ancient power of the universe. The amulet began to glow, its iridescent blue pattern swirling faster and faster. The gateway to the alley of shifting echoes shimmered, then expanded, revealing a vast, otherworldly landscape. The forces that were trying to control the alley emerged from the shadows, their forms grotesque and terrifying. They lunged at the shopkeeper, trying to seize the amulet. Raina and Kai reacted instinctively, throwing themselves in front of the shopkeeper, protecting him from the attackers. A fierce battle erupted, the alley erupting in chaos. Alien beings fought each other, energy weapons blazing, the air filled with sounds of screams and explosions. Raina and Kai fought bravely, using their skills and their wits to defend themselves, but they were outnumbered, outmatched. They knew that they couldn't win. As the forces of darkness closed in, the shopkeeper raised the amulet even higher, his chanting growing louder and more intense. The gateway to the alley of shifting echoes pulsed with power, a vortex of energy threatening to engulf everything. With a final, desperate surge of energy, the shopkeeper unleashed the full power of the amulet. The gateway exploded, sending a shock wave that ripped through the alley, obliterating the forces of darkness. The alley was silent, the air clear, the alien beings gone. Raina and Kai lay on the ground, exhausted and battered, but alive. The shopkeeper approached them, his leathery face etched with gratitude. "You have saved the alley of shifting echoes," he said. "You have restored the balance." "What about the curse?" Raina asked. "Is it lifted?" The shopkeeper nodded. "The curse is gone," he said. "You are free." Raina felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in months. She was free. She looked at Kai, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she said. "You saved me." Kai smiled, his eyes tired but happy. "Don't mention it," he said. "It was an adventure." The shopkeeper turned to Raina. "You have proven yourself worthy," he said. "You have shown courage, compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice. I offer you a choice. You can return to your old life, forget about the alley of shifting echoes, and live in peace. Or you can stay here and help me protect the alley from future threats." Raina thought for a moment. She had always been a survivor, a thief, a ghost in the machine. But she had also learned the value of friendship, of courage, and of sacrifice. She looked at the shopkeeper, her eyes filled with determination. "I'll stay," she said. "I'll help you protect the alley." The shopkeeper smiled. "Welcome," he said. "You are now a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes." And so Raina, the young thief from Neo-Kyoto, became a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes, a protector of the balance between worlds. She had found her purpose, her place in the universe. She would never be the same again. She was no longer just a ghost in the machine. She was a force to be reckoned with, a warrior for the light, a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes. And her adventures were just beginning. The universe was vast, and the alley of shifting echoes was a gateway to infinite possibilities. She was ready for whatever came next. She had faced her fears, overcome her challenges, and emerged stronger and more determined than ever before. The curse had been a trial, a test of her character, and she had passed with flying colors. Now she was ready to embrace her destiny, to protect the alley of shifting echoes, and to explore the infinite wonders of the universe. The end, or just the beginning? Only time will tell. The salt-laced wind whipped around Silas's face, stinging his cheeks and tugging at the brim of his worn-out woolen cap. He squinted, his eyes scanning the churning gray expanse of the Atlantic. For 5 years, the isolated granite sentinel on the New England coast had been his world. The lighthouse, affectionately, or perhaps begrudgingly, nicknamed Old Bess by the locals, was his post, his responsibility, and more often than not, his prison. He preferred the term refuge. Silas wasn't running from anything, not exactly. He was running toward something. Solitude, peace, and a chance to unravel the tangled threads of his own thoughts. The constant rhythmic pulse of the lamp, the crashing waves, the cries of gulls. These were the sounds he needed to piece himself back together. He'd been a history professor once, bright and articulate, but the academic world had become a suffocating maze of politics and egos. Old Bess, with its unwavering beam piercing the gloom, was a simpler, more honest existence. But even in the stark simplicity of lighthouse keeping, oddities could creep in. It started subtly. A fleeting glimpse of a square-rigged ship, sails billowing in a spectral breeze, disappearing as quickly as it materialized in the thick morning fog. Silas chalked it up to fatigue, the tricks the sea played on a weary mind. Then there was the Roman galley, oars flashing, gliding silently through the mist as if rerunning a battle from millennia ago. A Viking longship, dragons carved menacingly on its prow, followed a few weeks later. He documented them meticulously in his logbook, initially dismissing them as elaborate hallucinations. He rationed his coffee, increased his sleep, and even tried meditation, a practice that, in his former life, he would have scoffed at. But the visions persisted, growing bolder, more frequent. These weren't shipwrecks or ghostly apparitions. They were complete, tangible vessels, plucked from the stream of time and momentarily deposited in his reality. He could almost smell the pitch on the decks of the galleon, hear the chanting of the Viking oarsmen, taste the salt spray from the Roman warship. He was witnessing history, or perhaps history was witnessing him. The rational part of Silas's brain, the part that still clung to its academic roots, struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he understood about the universe. Time, as far as he knew, was linear. It marched forward, relentless and unforgiving. It didn't loop or bend or spontaneously regurgitate artifacts from the past. But the sea, Silas was beginning to understand, held secrets deeper than any textbook could reveal. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean, the ebb and flow of the tides, the constant whisper of the wind, it all seemed to resonate with a hidden energy, a force that could warp the very fabric of reality. Then came the storm. A nor'easter of biblical proportions slammed into the coast, unleashing its fury on Old Bess. The waves, monstrous and relentless, clawed at the granite base of the tower, threatening to swallow it whole. Silas, strapped into his harness, fought to keep the lamp burning, a defiant beacon against the raging darkness. It was in the heart of the storm, as the lighthouse groaned and shuddered around him, that he received the call. It crackled through the radio, a static-laced voice barely audible above the howling wind. "Mayday, Mayday, this is the Kronos, cargo vessel Kronos, requesting immediate assistance. We are taking on water, position approximately..." The voice trailed off, lost in a burst of static. Silas gripped the microphone, his heart pounding into his chest. "This is Old Bess Lighthouse, New England coast. Repeat your position, Kronos. What is your cargo?" More static. Then a faint, desperate voice, younger this time, panicked. We're caught in some kind of temporal anomaly. Our navigation is haywire. We don't know where we are. We're going down." "Temporal anomaly?" Silas repeated, his voice barely a whisper. He checked the date on his modern digital clock. The Kronos. He knew that name. That ship wasn't due to be launched for another 100 years. It was supposed to be the first commercial vessel equipped with experimental time displacement technology. He quickly tried to regain his composure. The distress was of a ship that doesn't exist until another 100 years. "Kronos, this is Old Bess Lighthouse. Can you give me your coordinates?" "Coordinates are unreadable. The system is damaged. We are somewhere in the North Atlantic." The voice was cracking, almost tearful. "Please help us." Silas hesitated. This was impossible. It defied logic, reason, everything he thought he knew. But the desperation in the young man's voice was real. And the sea, as he had learned, didn't always abide by the rules of logic. He looked out at the raging storm. The lamp, his lamp, cut through the darkness, a promise of safety. He couldn't ignore it. He couldn't turn a blind eye. Kronos, this is Old Bess. I'm transmitting a beacon. Follow it. Do you copy? We copy, Old Bess. Thank you. Thank you. Silas adjusted the lighthouse's powerful beam, focusing it on a specific point in the churning waves. He knew it was a long shot. The Kronos, if it was truly from the future, could be anywhere, anywhen. But he had to try. He had to do something. He spent the next few hours in a frantic dance of communication and observation. The Kronos' signal was weak, intermittent, but he managed to glean fragments of information. The ship was powered by a revolutionary fusion reactor, its hull constructed from an advanced alloy unknown in his time. The crew was small, barely a handful of engineers and scientists, all young and filled with the naive optimism of those who dared to tamper with the fundamental laws of the universe. As the storm began to subside, a faint light appeared on the horizon. It flickered and danced, almost swallowed by the lingering fog. But it was there. A ship, unlike any he had ever seen, was emerging from the temporal vortex. It was sleek and futuristic, its hull shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The Kronos limped into the harbor, its fusion reactor sputtering, its hull scarred and battered. Silas watched from the lantern room as the crew, pale and shaken, disembarked onto the rocky shore. They looked like kids, dressed in strange silver jumpsuits, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The captain, a young woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes, approached the lighthouse. Silas met her at the base of the tower, the wind still howling around them. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse. "You saved us. I'm Captain Eva Rostova, and I think we owe you an explanation." Eva, after quickly accessing a translator device, led Silas back to the Kronos. Inside, he was confronted with a dizzying array of technology. Holographic displays flickered with complex equations, wires snaked across the floor, and strange humming devices pulsed with energy. Ava and her crew explained their mission. The Kronos was a prototype designed to test the feasibility of temporal cargo transport. Their goal was to transport valuable resources from the future to the present, alleviating shortages and driving scientific advancement. But something had gone wrong. The ship had become destabilized, caught in a temporal eddy, and flung back in time. "We don't know how we ended up so far in the past," Ava confessed, her face etched with worry. "Our navigation systems are fried. We're stranded." Silas listened, his mind reeling. He had always been fascinated by history, but he had never imagined that he would become a part of it, or rather, that the future would become a part of him. "What can I do to help?" he asked, surprised by the calm in his own voice. Ava smiled, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "We need to repair our navigation system, but we don't have the resources or the knowledge of this era to do it alone. We need your help to navigate the past, to stay hidden, and to find a way back to our own time." And so, Silas found himself drawn into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He became the guardian of the Kronos, helping Ava and her crew scavenge for parts, navigate the treacherous waters of the past, and avoid detection by the authorities. He learned about the future, about the wonders of technology, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. He also learned about the past, about the resilience of the human spirit, and the timeless power of hope. They hid the Chronos in a secluded cove, accessible only by a narrow, treacherous passage. Silas became their liaison, venturing into the nearby town to purchase supplies and gather information, always careful to avoid raising suspicion. He told people the futuristic ship was a wealthy industrialist's private yacht, undergoing secret repairs. The crew of the Chronos were brilliant, but hopelessly out of their element. They were accustomed to a world of instant communication and automated systems. They struggled with the technology, or lack thereof, of the 21st century. Silas found himself teaching them how to barter, how to navigate by the stars, and how to avoid the prying eyes of the local gossip. One night, while huddled around a makeshift campfire on the beach, Ava asked Silas about his past. He hesitated, reluctant to dredge up the painful memories. "I was a professor," he said finally. "I taught history, but I lost my way." "What happened?" Ava asked gently. Silas sighed. "I believed in the power of knowledge, in the ability of history to teach us about ourselves, but I became disillusioned. I saw how easily history could be manipulated, distorted, used to justify agendas and fuel conflicts." "So you ran away?" Ava asked. Silas nodded. "I came here to find peace, to escape the noise and the lies. But I guess you can't escape the past or the future, no matter how hard you try." Ava smiled. "Maybe you were meant to be here, Silas. Maybe you were meant to help us." As the weeks turned into months, Silas and Ava grew closer. They shared their hopes and their fears, their dreams and their regrets. Silas found himself drawn to Ava's energy, her intelligence, her unwavering determination. She, in turn, was captivated by his wisdom, his compassion, and his quiet strength. But their sanctuary couldn't last forever. The Chronos' presence in the past was creating ripples in the timeline, anomalies that were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The visions that Silas had been experiencing grew stronger, more chaotic. He saw glimpses of future wars, of technological disasters, of realities that could never be allowed to exist. One day, a stranger arrived in town. He was a tall, imposing man with cold eyes and sharp suit. He introduced himself as Agent Thorn, a representative of a shadowy organization known only as the Chronal Integrity Agency. Thorn knew about the Chronos. He knew about Ava and her crew, and he knew about Silas. "We've been monitoring your activities, Mr. Blackwood," Thorn said, his voice smooth and menacing. "You've become involved in something far beyond your understanding. The Chronos is a threat to the stability of time itself. It must be neutralized." Silas stood his ground. "They're not a threat. They're just trying to get home. Their very existence here is a paradox," Thorn countered. "They are contaminating the timeline. The longer they remain, the greater the risk of catastrophic consequences." Thorn gave Silas an ultimatum. Help him capture the Chronos and its crew, or face the consequences. Silas refused. He couldn't betray Eva. He couldn't condemn them to an uncertain fate. Thorn smiled, a chilling expression that sent a shiver down Silas's spine. "Very well, Mr. Blackwood. You've made your choice." Thorn's men descended on the town, searching for the Chronos. Silas and Eva were forced to flee, leading Thorn's agents on a desperate chase through the rugged coastline. They fought with everything they had, using their knowledge of the terrain and Ava's futuristic technology to evade capture. But they were outnumbered and outgunned. Thorn was relentless, and his agents were closing in. Cornered on a cliff overlooking the sea, Ava turned to Silas, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. "There's only one way to stop them," she said. "We have to activate the Kronos' temporal drive. We have to jump to another time, another place. But it's risky. We don't know where we'll end up." Silas looked at Ava, his heart aching. He knew that this was their only chance, but he also knew that it meant leaving everything behind, abandoning his life, his home, his past. He took Ava's hand, his grip firm and unwavering. "Then let's do it," he said. "Let's jump." They raced back to the Kronos, Thorne's agents hot on their heels. Ava scrambled to activate the temporal drive, the ship humming with raw power. Silas stood guard, wielding a rusty old shotgun he had found in the lighthouse, determined to protect Ava until the very end. As the Kronos trembled, ready to leap through time, Thorne burst into the ship, his gun raised. "It's over, Rostova," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You can't escape." Ava ignored him, her fingers flying across the control panel. The temporal drive reached critical mass, the ship bathed in an eerie blue light. "Goodbye, Agent Thorne," she said, a defiant smile on her face. "See you in another life." With a deafening roar, the Kronos vanished, leaving Thorne standing alone in the empty cove. Silas and Ava found themselves hurtling through the temporal vortex, a chaotic maelstrom of colors and sensations. They had no idea where they were going, or what awaited them on the other side. When the Kronos finally stabilized, they found themselves in a world unlike anything they had ever imagined. The sky was a vibrant shade of purple, the trees glowed with bioluminescent light, and strange alien creatures roamed the landscape. They had jumped not just to another time, but to another dimension. Ava and Silas spent the next few months exploring this new world, marveling at its wonders and adapting to its challenges. They discovered that the inhabitants were a peaceful, intelligent race, far more advanced than humans. They learned about their culture, their technology, and their philosophy, but they never forgot about their own world or their own time. They knew that they had to find a way back to warn humanity about the dangers of temporal manipulation and to prevent the rise of organizations like the Chronal Integrity Agency. With the help of their new alien friends, they managed to repair the Kronos' temporal drive and recalibrate its navigation system. They were ready to return. But before they left, Ava turned to Silas, her eyes filled with gratitude and love. "Thank you, Silas," she said. "You saved my life, and you showed me the true meaning of courage and sacrifice." Silas smiled. "You showed me that there's always hope, even in the darkest of times." They embraced, a silent promise of a future together, whatever that future may hold. With a final farewell to their alien friends, Ava and Silas boarded the Kronos and set course for their own time. They knew that their journey was far from over. They had a mission to fulfill, a warning to deliver. But they also knew that they were not alone. They had each other, and they had the knowledge and the experience that they had gained from their incredible adventure. As the Kronos vanished once more into the temporal stream, Silas looked back at the strange, beautiful world they were leaving behind. He knew that he would never forget it. He knew that it had changed him forever. He was no longer a disillusioned professor, hiding from the world in an old lighthouse. He was a time traveler, a protector of the timeline, a guardian of hope. And he was ready for whatever the future might bring. Back in the 21st century, Silas and Ava emerged from the temporal vortex, landing the Chronos in a remote, uninhabited island. They knew that they couldn't simply reveal themselves to the world. They had to be careful, strategic, and above all, discreet. They spent years gathering information, studying the timeline, and identifying potential threats. They tracked the activities of the Chronal Integrity Agency, uncovering their secret agendas and their insidious methods. They also sought out allies, individuals who shared their concerns and who were willing to fight for the preservation of time. They found them in unexpected places: a reclusive physicist, a disillusioned historian, a rogue CIA agent. Together, they formed a clandestine organization dedicated to protecting the timeline from those who would seek to manipulate it for their own gain. They called themselves the Chronal Guardians. Silas and Ava became the leaders of this organization, using their knowledge and their skills to guide their allies and to thwart the plans of their enemies. They traveled the world, investigating temporal anomalies, rescuing stranded time travelers, and preventing catastrophic paradoxes. They were always one step ahead of the Chronal Integrity Agency, anticipating their moves and disrupting their operations. They exposed their lies, revealed their secrets, and ultimately brought them down, dismantling their organization and dismantling their control over the timeline. In the end, Silas and Ava achieved their mission. They secured a future of time, ensuring that it would remain a stable and predictable force. They became legends, whispered about in hushed tones by those who knew the truth. But they never forgot their humble beginnings or the lessons they had learned in the old lighthouse on the New England coast. They continued to protect the timeline, vigilant and unwavering, always ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. And so, the story of the lighthouse keeper and the time traveler became a timeless tale, a reminder that even the most ordinary of people can become extraordinary when faced with the impossible. A tale still lingering in the salty winds that whip along the coast, among the waves crashing and the warning of Old Bess. Jax adjusted the oxygen regulator on his worn enviro suit, the hiss a constant companion in the dead silence of Xylos. The crimson dust swirled around his boots, painting the desolate landscape in hues of rust and blood. Xylos had been a paradise world once, teeming with vibrant life. Now it was a graveyard, another casualty of the stellar Imperium's insatiable hunger for resources. Jax wasn't here for salvage or scavenging. He was a xenobotanist, a relic of a bygone era when science valued understanding over exploitation. He sought whispers, echoes of what had been. He chased rumors of resilience, of life clinging to the void. And the whispers on Xylos spoke of a garden uncorrupted, untouched by the Imperium's blight. A garden said to possess the last vestige of true magic in a galaxy drowning in cold, hard tech. He consulted his antiquated datapad, the screen flickering with static. The coordinates, etched from faded star charts and coded xenolinguistics, led him towards the shimmering canyon. It was a geological anomaly, a gash in the planet's surface where the very air seemed to ripple with unseen energies. Days blurred into weeks. Jax navigated treacherous ravines, scaled crumbling cliffs, and dodged the automated defense drones, remnants of a forgotten war. The drones, rusted and erratic, still patrolled their designated sectors, remnants of a defense system long since abandoned. He lived on nutrient paste and recycled water, the taste of survival a constant reminder of his isolation. He almost gave up. The data pad malfunctioned, his suit sprung a leak, and the despair of Xylos began to seep into his soul. He imagined turning back, returning to the transport ship he'd stashed in a crater, abandoning his quest as a fool's errand. Then he saw it, a shimmer, deeper and more intense than the canyon itself, a cascade of emerald and sapphire light spilling from a hidden crevice in the canyon wall. Hope surged through him, a jolt of electricity that banished the creeping despair. He scrambled towards the light, his heart pounding against his ribs. He squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping his suit against the rock, and stumbled into a world that defied logic and reason. He stood on the edge of a valley, bathed in an ethereal glow. Lush vegetation exploded in a riot of color, a stark contrast to the desolation he had left behind. Towering trees with bioluminescent leaves cast dancing shadows. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals shimmering with iridescent light. Waterfalls cascaded down moss-covered cliffs, feeding crystal-clear streams that snaked through the verdant landscape. It was a symphony of life, a testament to nature's enduring power. Jax removed his helmet, his lungs filling with air that tasted clean and sweet, carrying the scent of exotic blossoms and damp earth. He felt a tingling sensation on his skin, a vibrant energy that seemed to resonate with his very being. He had found it, the garden, the last bastion of magic in the universe. He descended into the valley, his boots sinking into the soft earth. He reached out and touched a glowing flower, its petals cool and velvety. He ran his hand along the trunk of a bioluminescent tree, feeling the pulse of life thrumming beneath the bark. He spent days exploring the garden, cataloging the flora, studying the fauna, marveling at the sheer biodiversity. He discovered plants that healed wounds instantly, fruits that granted temporary bursts of energy, and flowers that emitted soothing melodies. He encountered creatures he had only read about in ancient texts, iridescent butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, six-legged deer with antlers that glowed with inner light, and playful sprites that flitted through the trees, their laughter echoing through the valley. He felt like he had stepped into a fairy tale, a dream woven from the threads of imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, a sense of unease began to creep into his paradise. He noticed that the garden remained perpetually in a state of twilight, the sun never rising above the horizon. The creatures, while beautiful, seemed to possess an unnerving intelligence, their eyes following him with unsettling curiosity. He also noticed that he was losing track of time. Days and nights blurred together, and he found it increasingly difficult to remember his life before the garden. His memories of Xylos, of the Imperium, of his research, began to fade like whispers in the wind. He tried to access his data pad, but it was dead. He tried to contact his transport ship, but the comm system was silent. He was cut off from the outside world, trapped in this verdant paradox. One evening, as he sat by a crystal-clear stream, a figure emerged from the shadows. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, and they held an ancient wisdom that both intrigued and intimidated Jax. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice like the gentle murmur of the wind. "I am the gardener." Jax stared at her, speechless. He had heard tales of the gardener, the guardian of this mythical place, but he had dismissed them as folklore. "You have found my garden," she continued, her gaze piercing. "You have witnessed its beauty, felt its magic. Now, you must make a choice." "A choice?" Jax finally managed to stammer. "Yes," the gardener replied. "Every traveler who finds this garden is given the same choice. You may stay and live in eternal bliss, surrounded by the wonders of this place, or you may leave and return to the world you came from." Jax's heart leaped. Leave? He could return to the Imperium, expose their lies, share the secrets of the garden with the galaxy. He could bring hope to a dying universe. "But there is a condition," the gardener added, her voice dropping to a somber tone. "A condition?" Jax asked, his hope dwindling. "If you choose to leave," the gardener said, "you must forget you ever saw this place. You will return to your life as if this garden never existed. The memories of its beauty, its magic, its secrets will be erased from your mind." Jax was stunned. Forget? Forget the most incredible discovery of his life? Forget the key to saving the dying worlds of the galaxy? "Why?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Why would you do that?" "This garden is a sanctuary," the gardener explained. "It is a delicate ecosystem, vulnerable to the corruption of the outside world. If its existence becomes known, it will be exploited, destroyed, just like so many other wonders before it. The Imperium would strip it bare, leaving nothing but dust and ashes." "But the galaxy needs this," Jax protested. "It needs hope. It needs magic." "Hope and magic cannot be forced upon a world," the gardener said sadly. "They must be nurtured, grown, and cherished. The galaxy is not ready for this garden. Its heart is too dark, its greed too insatiable." Jax struggled to reconcile the gardener's words with his own beliefs. He understood her concerns, but he couldn't accept the idea of abandoning the galaxy to its fate. "Isn't there another way?" he pleaded. "Can't I share the garden's secrets without revealing its location? Can't I use its magic to heal, to restore, to inspire?" The gardener shook her head. "The magic of this garden is inextricably linked to its essence. To share one is to risk exposing the other. The choice is yours, traveler. Eternal bliss or forgotten knowledge." She held out her hand, offering him a glowing fruit. "Eat this, and you will stay. Your memories of the past will fade, replaced by the joy and wonder of the present. You will become a part of this garden, a guardian of its secrets." Jax stared at the fruit, his mind racing. He imagined a life of peace and tranquility, free from the pain and suffering of the outside world. He imagined wandering through the garden's verdant valleys, bathed in its ethereal glow, forever captivated by its beauty. But then he thought of the desolate landscapes of Xylos, of the suffering of the countless worlds ravaged by the Imperium. He thought of the people he had sworn to protect, the scientists, the explorers, the dreamers who had risked everything to find a better future. He couldn't abandon them. He couldn't turn his back on the galaxy, not even for the promise of eternal bliss. He took a deep breath and looked at the gardener, his eyes filled with resolve. "I choose to leave," he said, his voice firm. The gardener nodded, her expression somber. "So be it. May you find peace in the knowledge that you have made your choice." She snapped her fingers, and the world around Jax began to blur. The vibrant colors of the garden faded, the sweet scent of the blossoms disappeared, and the gentle murmur of the wind turned into a deafening roar. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his memories were being ripped from his mind. He tried to hold on to them, to cling to the images of the garden, but they slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. He saw the gardener's face one last time, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. Then, darkness consumed him. Jax awoke in his transport ship, his head throbbing. He looked around, disoriented. He didn't remember how he had gotten there. He checked his data pad. The screen was blank. He checked his suit. It was damaged, ripped in several places. He checked his supplies. They were depleted. He felt a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that he was missing something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He felt like he had been on a long journey, but he couldn't remember where he had been or what he had done. He started the engines and set course for the nearest space station. As he flew through the desolate landscape of Xylos, he felt a pang of sadness, a longing for something he couldn't name. He tried to recall his mission, the purpose of his journey. He remembered that he was a xenobotanist, that he was searching for something, but the details were hazy. He reached the space station and docked. He underwent a medical examination, but the doctors found nothing wrong with him. He purchased new supplies and repaired his ship. As he was preparing to leave, he noticed a strange symbol etched on his wrist. It was a delicate design, a spiraling pattern of interwoven lines. He didn't recognize it, but it felt strangely familiar. He tried to research the symbol, but he couldn't find any information about it. It was as if it didn't exist. He dismissed it as a random mark, a blemish on his skin. But the symbol continued to bother him, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. He returned to his research, traveling from world to world, studying alien flora, searching for signs of resilience. He made discoveries, published papers, and gained recognition for his work. But he never forgot the symbol on his wrist. It was a constant reminder of something lost, something forgotten. Years passed. Jax continued his research, his life filled with purpose and accomplishment, but the ghost of a dream haunted him always. One day, he was visiting a library on a remote planet when he stumbled upon an ancient text. It was a collection of myths and legends from a forgotten civilization. As he flipped through the pages, he saw it, the symbol. He read the accompanying text, his heart pounding in his chest. The symbol, the text explained, was a representation of the Garden of Lost Memories, a mythical place said to contain the last true magic of the world. Jax froze, his mind reeling. The garden. He remembered the name, the vague outlines of a verdant valley, the shimmer of ethereal light. He remembered the gardener, her emerald eyes filled with wisdom and sadness. He remembered the choice. He remembered choosing to leave. The memories flooded back to him, overwhelming him with their intensity. He saw the glowing flowers, the bioluminescent trees, the playful sprites. He felt the tingling sensation on his skin, the vibrant energy that resonated with his very being. He remembered the beauty, the magic, the secrets. He remembered everything. He closed the book, his hands trembling. He knew what he had to do. Jax abandoned his research, sold his ship, and traveled to Xylos. He knew that the chances of finding the garden again were slim, but he had to try. He followed the same path he had taken years ago, retracing his steps through the desolate landscape. He navigated the treacherous ravines, scaled the crumbling cliffs, and dodged the automated defense drones. But this time, he was different. He was driven by a purpose, a burning desire to find the garden again, to reclaim the memories he had lost. He reached the shimmering canyon and searched for the hidden crevice. He spent days scouring the canyon wall, but he couldn't find it. He was about to give up when he saw it. A faint shimmer, barely perceptible to the naked eye. He approached the shimmer and touched it. The rock dissolved beneath his fingers, revealing the narrow opening. He squeezed through the opening and stumbled into the valley. The garden was still there, as beautiful and vibrant as he remembered. The glowing flowers bloomed, the bioluminescent trees cast dancing shadows, and the crystal-clear streams sparkled in the ethereal light. He had found it again. He wandered through the garden, marveling at its beauty, his heart filled with joy and wonder. He felt like he had come home. He searched for the gardener, but he couldn't find her. He called out her name, but only the echo of his voice answered him. He was about to give up when he saw a figure standing by the crystal-clear stream. It was a young girl with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, and they held an ancient wisdom that both intrigued and intimidated Jax. "Welcome back, traveler," she said, her voice like the gentle murmur of the wind. Jax stared at her, speechless. "I am the gardener," she said, smiling, or at least a part of her. Jax realized that she was not the same gardener he had met before. She was younger, different, yet she possessed the same essence, the same wisdom. "You remember?" she said, her gaze piercing. "Yes," Jax replied. "I remember everything." "You broke the bargain," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "I had to," Jax said. "The galaxy needs this garden. It needs its hope, its magic." The gardener sighed. "I knew you would say that. You are a stubborn one, traveler." "Is there nothing I can do?" Jax asked. "Can't I help the galaxy without endangering the garden?" The gardener paused for a long moment, considering. Finally, she spoke. "Perhaps there is a way, but it requires sacrifice, dedication, and unwavering resolve." Jax straightened, his eyes shining with hope. "Tell me. I'll do anything." The gardener smiled. "The key lies not in revealing the garden, but in spreading its essence, in planting seeds of hope and magic across the galaxy." She explained that the garden's magic could be distilled into a potent serum, capable of accelerating growth, healing wounds, and restoring ecosystems. Jax could travel the galaxy, using the serum to revitalize barren worlds, heal damaged landscapes, and inspire hope in desolate populations. But there was a catch. The serum was incredibly rare and difficult to create. It required specific ingredients found only in the garden, and the process was time-consuming and dangerous. Furthermore, the effects of the serum were not permanent. It required constant care and attention to maintain its benefits. "It will be a long and arduous journey," the gardener warned. "You will face opposition, setbacks, and despair. But if you are truly committed, you can make a difference. You can bring the light of this garden to the darkest corners of the galaxy." Jax didn't hesitate. "I accept," he said, his voice filled with determination. The gardener nodded. "Then let us begin." Jax spent months in the garden, learning from the gardener, studying the plants, and mastering the art of creating the serum. he discovered that the magic of the garden was not just a physical phenomenon, but also a spiritual one. It required a deep connection to nature, a profound understanding of life, and an unwavering belief in the power of hope. He worked tirelessly day and night, honing his skills, refining his techniques, and strengthening his resolve. He learned to extract the essence of the glowing flowers, to distill the life force of the bioluminescent trees, and to channel the energy of the crystal-clear streams. Finally, he created the first batch of serum. It was a shimmering liquid, pulsating with vibrant energy. He carefully packaged it into specialized containers designed to preserve its potency. He bid farewell to the gardener, promising to return one day. He left the garden, carrying with him the hope of a dying galaxy. He traveled to Xylos, the planet that had led him to the garden in the first place. He found a desolate patch of land, ravaged by the Imperium's mining operations. He injected the serum into the soil and waited. Slowly, miraculously, life began to return. The crimson dust subsided, replaced by patches of green. Flowers bloomed, trees sprouted, and the air filled with the sound of birdsong. Jax watched in awe as the barren landscape transformed into a verdant oasis. He knew that it was only the beginning, but it was enough to give him hope. He continued his journey, traveling from world to world, seeking out those in need. He revitalized barren planets, healed damaged ecosystems, and inspired hope in desolate populations. He faced opposition from the Imperium, who saw his efforts as a threat to their control. They sent assassins, saboteurs, and propaganda campaigns to discredit him. But Jax persevered. He rallied the support of local communities, trained them in the art of sustainable living, and empowered them to protect their newfound resources. He became a symbol of hope, a beacon of light in the darkness. He inspired others to join his cause, to plant seeds of remembrance across the galaxy. Slowly, the tide began to turn. The Imperium's grip weakened, their lies exposed, their power diminished. The galaxy began to awaken, to remember its lost connection to nature, to embrace the power of hope. Years later, Jax returned to the Garden of Lost Memories. He found the gardener waiting for him, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, traveler," she said. "You have brought the light of this garden to the darkest corners of the galaxy." Jax smiled, his heart filled with peace and satisfaction. He knew that the journey was far from over, but he had planted the seeds of a better future. The galaxy was still broken, still scarred, but it was healing. The magic of the garden had taken root, and it was spreading, slowly but surely, transforming the universe, one seed at a time. Jax knew that one day the galaxy would be ready for the garden. One day it would be able to embrace its hope, its magic, without destroying it. And on that day, the Garden of Lost Memories would no longer be a secret, but a sanctuary for all. An old man, weathered and worn but with kind eyes, knelt in the rich soil of a newly blooming garden on a world once ravaged by war. He carefully tended to a sapling, humming a forgotten melody. He was surrounded by children, their faces alight with wonder as they watched butterflies with wings like rainbows flit through the air. One of the children, a young girl with bright, curious eyes, approached him. "Grandpa Jax," she asked, "where did you learn to do all this?" "Did someone teach you?" Jax smiled, a hint of a faraway gaze in his eyes. "I don't quite remember, little one," he said, his voice raspy with age. "But I know in my heart that it's what I'm meant to do." He paused, then pointed to a small spiraling symbol tattooed on his wrist, now faded with time. "Sometimes," he whispered, "I see this, and I feel like I'm remembering a beautiful dream, a dream of a place of endless beauty and of a promise I made a long time ago." The girl looked at the symbol, her eyes wide with fascination. "What was the dream about, Grandpa?" Jax looked at the thriving garden, at the children laughing and playing, at the vibrant life that had returned to this once barren world. He knew that even if he couldn't fully remember the Garden of Lost Memories, its essence lived on, not only in the flourishing landscapes he had created, but also in the hearts of those he had inspired. The true magic, he realized, wasn't just in the garden itself, but in the act of sharing, of caring, of believing in the power of hope. "It was a dream about hope, little one," he said, his voice filled with tenderness. "A dream about a world where even the most desolate places can bloom again." And as the sun set over the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues, the girl smiled, knowing that she too was part of that dream. The legacy of the lost garden, the seeds of remembrance had taken root, and the galaxy would never be the same. The desert air hung thick and heavy, tasting of dust and the promise of something wicked. Jason, a man carved from sun-baked leather and grit, felt the prickling on the back of his neck that always came before a bad storm or a particularly mean bull. He'd ridden both countless times, and usually walked away with only a few new scars and a healthy dose of respect. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the air thrummed with an unnatural energy. He'd heard the whispers in saloons, the drunken boasts of old-timers, and the hushed warnings of Navajo elders. Whispers of a rodeo that only appeared beneath a blood moon, a spectacle of spectral cowboys and bulls forged from nightmare. Jason, a champion in the modern circuit, a man who scoffed at superstition, had dismissed them as tall tales, until now. He'd been riding the circuit through Arizona, chasing prize money and the fleeting glory of 8 seconds, when a faded, weather-beaten handbill had caught his eye in a dusty diner. It depicted a skeletal cowboy astride a bull wreathed in flames, the words "Midnight Rodeo Tonight" scrawled beneath in spidery ink. Underneath that was a single line that made the blood in Jason's veins run cold: "Ride or remain." He'd dismissed it as a prank, a desperate attempt by some local yokel to drum up business. But curiosity, and a certain reckless streak he'd never quite managed to tame, had led him out to the desolate stretch of land described in the handbill. He wasn't alone. A small crowd had gathered, their faces illuminated by the eerie crimson glow of the rising blood moon. They were a motley crew, a mix of curious onlookers, thrill-seekers, and the morbidly fascinated. He spotted Fiona, a photojournalist known for her fearless reporting on the occult, her camera already clicking away at the unsettling landscape. He also saw Kelly, a seasoned bull rider nearing the end of his career, his face etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination. But it was the presence of Volk, a towering figure with eyes as cold and sharp as obsidian, that sent a shiver down Jason's spine. Volk was a legend, a man whispered to have made deals with forces beyond mortal comprehension. He hadn't been seen on the circuit in years, and his presence here felt ominous. As the moon climbed higher, bathing the desert in its crimson light, The air crackled with anticipation. Then, with a sudden rush of wind and a low guttural roar that seemed to emanate from the very earth, the rodeo materialized. It wasn't like anything Jason had ever seen. The arena shimmered, half real and half illusory, constructed from shadows and moonlight. The cowboys were gaunt figures, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, their bones visible through tattered clothing. They moved with a jerky, unnatural grace, their laughter hollow and echoing. The bulls were even more terrifying. They were creatures of nightmare, their bodies wreathed in spectral flames, their eyes burning with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. One was a massive beast with horns of twisted bone, another a serpentine creature that slithered more than ran, and a third a whirlwind of dust and fury with eyes that glowed like embers. Jason felt a primal fear claw at his throat, but beneath it a stubborn spark of defiance flickered. He was a rodeo champion. He didn't back down from a challenge, not even one from beyond the grave. "Well, I'll be damned," Kelly breathed beside him, his voice a shaky whisper. "It's real." Fiona, her face pale but her eyes shining with excitement, adjusted her camera. "This is incredible," she murmured, her fingers flying over the controls. "I have to get this on film." Folk remained silent, his gaze fixed on the arena, his expression unreadable. A skeletal announcer, his voice a dry rasp, addressed the crowd. "Welcome, mortals, to the Midnight Rodeo. Tonight, we offer you a chance to test your mettle against the finest spectral stock in the netherworld. Ride well, or join our ranks for eternity." The rodeo began. One by one, the ghostly cowboys mounted the spectral bulls. The rides were violent, chaotic, and terrifying. The bulls bucked and twisted with unnatural strength, their spectral flames scorching the air. Some cowboys were thrown immediately, their screams fading into the desert wind. Others managed to cling on for a few seconds, their skeletal forms contorted in impossible angles before they were inevitably thrown, their spirits absorbed into the rodeo. Jason watched, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd seen plenty of wrecks in his career, but nothing like this. This wasn't just about physical injury, it was about the very essence of a person being consumed. Kelly, despite his earlier fear, seemed to be steeling himself. "I'm going to give it a shot," he said, his voice hoarse. "I ain't got much to lose." Jason grabbed his arm. "Kelly, don't be a fool. This ain't no ordinary rodeo. This is something else." Kelly shook his head. "I know, kid, but I ain't ready to be put out to pasture. This might be my last chance to prove I still got what it takes." He walked towards the gate, his steps slow but determined. Jason watched him go, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. Kelly climbed onto a bull that resembled a living storm cloud, its body crackling with lightning. He nodded to the gatekeeper, a shadowy figure with eyes like burning coals. The gate swung open, and the bull exploded into the arena. Kelly held on, his body a silhouette against the raging storm. He rode with a desperate ferocity, his muscles straining, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually make it. But then, the bull unleashed a bolt of spectral lightning, and Kelly was thrown, his body disappearing in a flash of light. Jason stared in horror. Kelly was gone, vanished without a trace, presumably absorbed into the rodeo. Fiona, her camera still clicking, lowered it slowly, her face pale. I think I've seen enough," she whispered. Jason felt a surge of anger directed at the rodeo, at the forces that had claimed Kelly, and at himself for being too late to stop him. He knew he should leave, run as far and as fast as he could, but he couldn't, not yet. The skeletal announcer's voice echoed through the arena. And now, for our final ride of the night, a challenge for any mortal fool brave enough to accept, we offer you death's own stallion, Nightmare. A hush fell over the crowd. Even the ghostly cowboys seemed to hold their breath. From the shadows emerged a horse unlike any Jason had ever seen. It was coal black, its coat shimmering like obsidian. Its eyes glowed with an infernal red light, and its hooves sparked with hellfire. A palpable aura of death and despair emanated from it, chilling Jason to the bone. "Who among you dares to ride Nightmare?" the announcer rasped. "Ride him, and you shall be granted a boon beyond your wildest dreams. Fail, and you shall join our rodeo for eternity." A long silence stretched over the arena. No one moved. No one dared to even breathe. Then Folk stepped forward. His towering figure cast a long shadow in the crimson moonlight. His face was impassive, his eyes fixed on the demonic stallion. "I accept your challenge," he said, his voice a low growl that resonated through the air. Jason stared at him in disbelief. Folk, a legend, a man who seemed to possess everything, was risking his very soul for this? "Folk, what are you doing?" Jason shouted. "This is insane." Folk didn't turn to look at him. "I have my reasons," he said, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the spectral flames. He approached Nightmare, the stallion snorting and pawing the ground, its eyes fixed on Volk with a baleful glare. Volk reached out a hand and laid it on the horse's neck. To Jason's surprise, the stallion didn't rear or buck. It stood still, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Volk swung himself onto Nightmare's back with a practiced ease that belied his age. He gripped the stallion's mane, his knuckles white. The announcer cackled, "Prepare yourselves, mortals! Behold the ride of Death's own stallion!" The gate swung open, and Nightmare exploded into the arena. The ride was unlike anything Jason had ever witnessed. Nightmare moved with impossible speed and agility, bucking and twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics. Spectral flames erupted from its hooves, scorching the ground. The air crackled with energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to distort around them. Folk held on, his body a statue of grim determination. He rode with a skill and ferocity that surpassed even his legendary reputation. He seemed to anticipate Nightmare's every move, countering its every attempt to throw him. Jason watched, mesmerized, his fear replaced by a sense of awe. He didn't know why Folk was doing this, but he knew that he was witnessing something truly extraordinary. Fiona, her camera forgotten, stared at the scene with wide eyes, her face a mixture of terror and wonder. The ride went on, longer than any ride Jason had ever seen. It was as if time itself had stopped. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in silence, their skeletal faces unreadable. Then, just when it seemed like Folk might actually succeed, Nightmare unleashed its ultimate weapon. A wave of pure darkness emanated from the stallion, engulfing Volk in its suffocating embrace. Jason felt the darkness wash over him, filling him with a sense of despair and hopelessness so profound that he almost collapsed. Volk cried out, a sound of pure agony that echoed through the arena. His grip on Nightmare loosened, and he began to slip. Jason knew that if Volk was thrown, he would be lost forever, He had to do something. He didn't know what he could do, but he couldn't just stand by and watch folk be consumed by the darkness. He ran towards the arena, ignoring the screams of Fiona and the warnings of the ghostly cowboys. He had to get to Folk. As he reached the edge of the arena, he saw Folk falling, his body enveloped in the darkness. Without thinking, Jason leaped into the arena, reaching out for Volk. His fingers brushed against Volk's hand, and he felt a surge of energy pass through him. He grabbed hold of Volk's arm, pulling him close. The darkness tried to pull them apart, but Jason held on tight, his muscles straining. He wouldn't let go. He looked into Volk's eyes, and he saw a flicker of hope, a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming despair. "Hold on, Volk!" Jason shouted, his voice hoarse. "I'm not going to let you fall." Together, they fought against the darkness, their combined will a force to be reckoned with. Slowly, painstakingly, they began to push back the shadows. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anything like this before, a mortal intervening in the affairs of the netherworld. Then, something remarkable happened. One of the ghostly cowboys, a figure with a tattered Confederate uniform and a face etched with sorrow, stepped forward. He reached out a hand and touched Jason's shoulder. "I'll help you, son," he said, his voice a low whisper. "I know what it's like to be trapped in this place." Another ghostly cowboy stepped forward, and then another, and another. Soon, the entire crowd of spectral riders was surrounding Jason and Volk, their hands outstretched, their faces filled with a newfound hope. Together, they formed a circle of light, pushing back the darkness and shielding Jason and Volk from Nightmare's influence. Nightmare reared and bucked, its eyes blazing with fury, but it couldn't break through the circle of light. With the help of the ghostly cowboys, Jason managed to pull Volk free from Nightmare's grasp. They stumbled to the ground, exhausted but alive. The darkness receded, and Nightmare stood panting in the center of the arena, its infernal flames dimmed. The skeletal announcer, his voice filled with disbelief, addressed the crowd. This is impossible. No mortal has ever resisted Nightmare's power." He turned to Jason and Volk, his skeletal face contorted in a snarl. "You may have won this battle, mortals, but the war is far from over. We will meet again." With a final roar, the rodeo began to fade, the arena dissolving into shadows and moonlight. The ghostly cowboys vanished, their faces filled with gratitude. Nightmare disappeared, its demonic laughter echoing in the desert wind. Jason and Volk were left standing alone in the desolate stretch of land, the blood moon casting a long, ominous shadow. Fiona ran towards them, her face flushed with excitement. "I can't believe what I just saw," she exclaimed. "It was incredible." She snapped a few quick photos of Jason and Volk, their faces etched with exhaustion and awe. "What was that all about, Volk?" Jason asked, his voice still shaking. "Why did you risk your life like that?" Volk remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Then he turned to Jason, his expression unreadable. "I had a debt to pay," he said, his voice low. "A debt to someone who saved my life a long time ago." He didn't elaborate, and Jason didn't press him. He knew that Volk was a man of secrets, a man who carried a heavy burden on his shoulders. "Well, whatever it was, I'm glad you're okay," Jason said, "and I'm glad I was there to help." Volk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Jason," he said. "You have proven yourself to be a true friend." As the blood moon began to set, casting a long crimson shadow over the desert, Jason, Fiona, and Volk walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind them. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. They had faced death, defied the forces of the netherworld, and emerged victorious, not through strength or skill, but through courage, friendship, and a willingness to believe in the impossible. The next morning, Jason found a small leather-bound book tucked into his saddlebag. It was a collection of Navajo legends, detailing the history of the land and the spirits that dwelled within it. On the first page, a single word was written in elegant script: "Gracias." He knew it was from Volk. He smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He might not understand everything that had happened at the midnight rodeo, but he knew that he had made a difference. He had saved a life, and in doing so, he had perhaps saved a part of himself as well. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He had a rodeo circuit to get back to, prize money to win, and a reputation to uphold. But he knew that he would never forget the night he rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He spurred his horse forward, the desert wind whipping through his hair. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he knew now that there were forces beyond his comprehension, forces that could shape his destiny in ways he could never have imagined. And he was ready for them. Years passed. Jason continued to ride the circuit, his reputation growing with each passing victory. He never forgot the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, or the ride on death's own stallion. He kept the leather-bound book close, a reminder of the night he faced his fears and emerged victorious. He occasionally heard whispers of Volk, stories of his exploits and his enigmatic nature, but he never saw him again. One day, while riding in a small town in New Mexico, Jason came across a familiar face. It was Fiona, older now, her hair streaked with gray, but her eyes still shining with the same spark of curiosity. "Jason!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with recognition. "It's been ages." They embraced, exchanging stories of their lives and adventures. Fiona had continued to travel the world, documenting the strange and the unexplained. "I never forgot that night at the midnight rodeo," she said, her voice filled with awe. "It was the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed." She had published a book about her experiences, including a chapter on the midnight rodeo, but no one believed her. They dismissed it as fiction, a product of her overactive imagination. "I know it sounds crazy," she said, "but I know what I saw, and I know it was real." Jason smiled. "I believe you, Fiona," he said. "I was there too." They spent the rest of the afternoon reminiscing about the midnight rodeo, sharing their memories, and trying to make sense of what they had experienced. As the sun began to set, Fiona turned to Jason, her expression serious. "I've been researching Volk," she said. "I've been trying to find out more about him." "And what have you found?" Jason asked. Fiona hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "I think I know why he risked his life at the midnight rodeo," she said. "I think I know what debt he was trying to repay." She told Jason a story she had pieced together from old legends, historical records, and whispered rumors. It was a story of a young man named Volk, who had been orphaned at a young age and left to fend for himself in the harsh wilderness. He had been taken in by a tribe of Navajo Indians who had taught him their ways and shared their secrets. One day, a group of bandits had attacked the Navajo village, killing many of the villagers and stealing their sacred artifacts. Folk, barely more than a boy, had fought bravely to defend his adopted family, but he had been overwhelmed and left for dead. As he lay dying, he had been approached by a mysterious figure, a spirit of the land, who had offered him a deal. The spirit would save his life, but in return, Folk would have to serve him, carrying out his will for eternity. Folk had accepted the deal, and his life had been spared. He had become stronger, faster, and more skilled than any mortal man. He had hunted down the bandits and avenged the deaths of the Navajo villagers. But he had also been forced to carry out the spirit's dark deeds, becoming a tool of vengeance and destruction. He had lived a long and lonely life, haunted by the choices he had made. I think that night at the midnight rodeo, Folk was trying to break free from his pact with the spirit, Fiona said. I think he was trying to repay the debt he owed to the Navajo people, to the spirit who had saved his life, and to himself. Jason listened in silence, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. He had always sensed that Folk was carrying a heavy burden, but he had never realized the extent of it. So, what happened to him? Jason asked. Did he ever break free? Fiona shook her head. I don't know, she said. I haven't been able to find any trace of him since that night at the midnight rodeo. He vanished without a trace. She paused, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and regret. But I believe that he did it, she said. I believe that he found a way to break free from his pact and finally find peace. Jason looked out at the setting sun, his mind filled with thoughts of Folk, the midnight rodeo, and the choices that shape our lives. He knew that he would never forget the lessons he had learned that night, the lessons of courage, friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. He knew that even in the face of the darkest darkness, there is always hope, and that even the most broken souls can find redemption. He turned to Fiona, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Fiona, he said. Thank you for sharing this with me. They embraced once more, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both been touched by the magic of the midnight rodeo, and they would carry its lessons with them for the rest of their lives. As Jason rode off into the sunset, he felt a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. He knew that Folk was out there somewhere, finally free from the burden of his past, and he knew that he would never forget the night they rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. Years later, Jason, nearing the end of his own career, found himself drawn back to the desolate stretch of land where the midnight rodeo had once appeared. He was older now, his face lined with wrinkles, his body bearing the scars of countless rides. But his spirit was still strong, his heart still filled with a sense of adventure. He stood beneath the light of the full moon, gazing out at the vast expanse of the desert. He didn't know if the midnight rodeo would ever appear again, but he felt a sense of connection to this place, a sense of belonging that he couldn't explain. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of dust and sagebrush. He could almost hear the echoes of the ghostly cowboys, the thunder of spectral hooves, and the rasping voice of the skeletal announcer. He opened his eyes and smiled. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a figure that was both familiar and yet somehow different. It was Folk, older now, his face even more weathered, but his eyes still shining with the same intensity. Jason stared at him in disbelief. "Folk?" he exclaimed. "Is that really you?" Folk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is, Jason," he said. "It's been a long time." They embraced, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both changed, but their bond remained as strong as ever. "What are you doing here, Folk?" Jason asked. Folk looked out at the desert, his expression thoughtful. "I came to say goodbye," he said. "I'm leaving this place for good." "Where are you going?" Jason asked. Folk shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Somewhere where I can finally find peace." He paused, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. "I wanted to thank you, Jason," he said. "You saved my life that night at the midnight rodeo. You gave me a second chance." "You would have done the same for me," Jason said. Folk smiled. "I know," he said. "That's what makes us friends." They stood in silence for a moment, gazing out at the desert. Then Folk turned to Jason, his expression serious. "There's something I want to give you," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound book. It was the same book that Jason had found in his saddlebag years ago, the book of Navajo legends. "Take this," Folk said. "It belongs to you now." Jason hesitated for a moment, then accepted the book. "Thank you, Folk," he said. "I'll cherish it always." Folk nodded, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Jason watched him go, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and gratitude. He knew that he would never see Folk again, but he would always remember him, the man who had ridden with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He opened the leather-bound book and began to read, his mind filled with thoughts of the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, and the lessons he had learned. He read about the spirits of the land, the power of friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. As he read, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He knew that he would carry its lessons with him for the rest of his days. He turned and walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind him. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that he was not alone. He had the memories of his friends, the lessons of the past, and the courage to face the future. As he rode off into the sunrise, he knew that the spirit of the midnight rodeo would live on in his heart, in his memories, and in the stories he would tell for generations to come. The legend of the rodeo that appeared beneath the blood moon, a testament to the enduring power of courage, friendship, and the human spirit. The Jade River snaked through the heart of the kingdom of Shia, its waters once a vibrant shimmering green, now a listless muddy brown. The rice paddies that depended on it were cracked and barren, The fishermen returned with empty nets, and the very air hung heavy with a sense of impending doom. Old women whispered of the dragons, the benevolent water spirits who had once blessed Xia with prosperity, and of the pearl of Ao Guang, the artifact that held their essence, now stolen. Ren, a wandering monk clad in simple patched robes, walked with a quiet purpose along the riverbank. His head was shaved, save for a small topknot secured with a plain wooden pin, and his face was etched with a quiet sorrow that belied his youthful appearance. He carried only a worn staff, a small bag containing a few scriptures and dried provisions, and a burden of responsibility that weighed heavier than any mountain. Ren was the last of the dragons chosen, a lineage of monks entrusted with the care and protection of the pearl. He had failed. He had been meditating in the secluded dragon temple nestled high in the misty peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains when it happened. A band of shadowy figures, their faces masked, their movements swift and silent as shadows, had infiltrated the temple, bypassing the ancient wards that had protected it for centuries. They sought only one thing, the pearl of Ao Guang, a luminous orb that pulsed with the lifeblood of the dragons. Ren had fought, but he was outnumbered, outmatched. He watched in horror as they vanished into the night, taking with them the kingdom's hope. Now, driven by guilt and a desperate sense of duty, he followed the trail, a faint whisper on the wind, a disturbance in the flow of the river, a chilling premonition that settled deep in his bones. He arrived at a small village, its houses built on stilts above the receding waterline. The villagers, gaunt and weary, eyed him with suspicion and despair. A woman with hollow eyes approached him, her voice raspy. "Monk," she croaked, "can you help us?" "The river, she is dying." Ren knelt beside the riverbank, dipping his hand into the murky water. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, reaching out with his inner senses. The water felt empty, lifeless. He could sense the faint echo of the dragon's presence, a memory clinging to the riverbed, but the vital energy, the vibrant essence, was gone. "The pearl," he said, his voice grave. "It has been stolen. I am here to retrieve it." The woman's eyes widened in a flicker of hope. The pearl? But who would dare steal such a sacred object? "Those who seek power," Ren replied, his gaze hardening. "Those who do not understand the balance." An old man, leaning heavily on a wooden cane, hobbled forward. "The Black Lotus clan," he rasped, his voice filled with hatred. "They have been seen in these parts. They whisper of using the pearl's power for their own dark purposes." The Black Lotus clan, a ruthless organization that had risen from the shadows, their influence spreading like a poisonous vine throughout the kingdom. They practiced forbidden magic, sought forbidden knowledge, and craved absolute power. Ren had heard rumors of their atrocities, their cruelty, but he had dismissed them as mere whispers. Now he knew the truth. "The Black Lotus clan," he repeated, his voice grim. "Do you know where they are headed?" The old man pointed a trembling finger towards the west, towards the Crimson Peaks. "They say they have a fortress hidden there, carved into the very mountainside." The Crimson Peaks? A treacherous range known for its jagged cliffs, its unpredictable weather, and its desolate beauty. It was a dangerous place, a fitting lair for the Black Lotus clan. "Thank you," Ren said, bowing his head in gratitude. "I must go." The woman reached out and touched his arm. "Be careful, monk. They are powerful and ruthless. Many have tried to stand against them, and all have failed. I have no choice, Ren said, his voice firm. The fate of Zia, the fate of the river, rests on my shoulders. He turned and walked towards the west, his figure silhouetted against the setting sun. The journey to the Crimson Peaks would be long and arduous, fraught with danger, but Ren was determined. He would retrieve the pearl, even if it cost him his life. Days turned into weeks as Ren journeyed towards the Crimson Peaks. He traveled through parched fields, desolate villages, and dense forests, his senses on high alert. He encountered desperate refugees, bandits preying on the weak, and whispers of the Black Lotus clan's growing influence. He helped where he could, sharing his meager rations with the hungry, offering comfort to the grieving, and using his knowledge of martial arts to defend the innocent. But his primary focus remained on his mission. He followed the faintest traces of dark magic, the subtle signs of the Black Lotus clan's passage. One evening, as he camped beside a stream, he was ambushed. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden behind black masks, their hands wielding curved daggers. They moved with a practiced grace, their attacks swift and deadly. "The dragon's chosen," one of them hissed. "We have been expecting you." Ren sighed. He had hoped to avoid confrontation, but it seemed the Black Lotus clan was always one step ahead. He rose to his feet, his staff held ready. "I do not seek violence," he said. "I only want the pearl of Ao Guang." "The pearl is no longer yours," another figure sneered. "It belongs to the Black Lotus clan now, and you, monk, will die." They attacked. Ren defended himself with skill and precision, his staff a blur of motion. He deflected their daggers, countered their strikes, and sought to disarm them without causing serious harm. He was a monk, not a warrior. He did not believe in taking lives. But the assassins were relentless. They pressed their attack, their movements becoming more aggressive, their intent more deadly. Ren realized that he could not hold back. He would have to fight to survive. He channeled his inner energy, his chi, focusing it into his movements. His senses sharpened, his reflexes quickened, and his strikes became more powerful. He unleashed a flurry of blows, disarming one assassin and sending him crashing into a tree. He kicked another, sending him sprawling to the ground. The third assassin lunged at him, his dagger aimed at Ren's heart. Ren parried the blow, grabbed the assassin's wrist, and twisted it sharply. The dagger clattered to the ground. He then delivered a swift kick to the assassin's chest, sending him flying backwards. The assassins lay groaning on the ground, defeated but not dead. Ren stood over them, his staff held steady. "Tell me," he demanded, "where is the pearl? Where is the Black Lotus clan's fortress?" The assassins remained silent, their faces hidden behind the masks. Ren sighed. He knew he could not force them to speak. He turned and walked away, leaving them to their fate. He knew that the Black Lotus clan would not give up. They would continue to hunt him, to try to stop him. But he would not be deterred. He would continue his journey, even if it meant facing death itself. After several more days of travel, Ren finally reached the foothills of the Crimson Peaks. The air grew colder, the terrain more rugged, and the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. He could feel the dark magic emanating from the mountains, a palpable sense of dread that made his skin crawl. He climbed higher, following a narrow, winding path that clung to the side of the mountain. The wind howled around him, carrying with it the whispers of lost souls. He saw the bones of animals scattered along the path, a grim reminder the dangers that lurked in these mountains. Finally, he reached a hidden valley shrouded in mist and shadow. In the center of the valley stood the Black Lotus clan's fortress, a monolithic structure carved into the mountainside. It was an imposing sight, a testament to the clan's power and influence. The fortress was guarded by heavily armed soldiers, their faces masked, their eyes cold and merciless. They patrolled the walls, their movements precise and disciplined. Ren knew that he could not simply walk in. He would have to find a way to infiltrate the fortress undetected. He spent hours observing the fortress, studying its defenses, searching for a weakness. He noticed a small, unguarded entrance on the far side of the fortress, a narrow tunnel that seemed to lead into the mountainside. It was a risky option, but it was his only chance. Under the cover of darkness, Ren made his way towards the tunnel. He moved silently, stealthily, blending into the shadows. He avoided the guards, slipping past them like a ghost. He reached the entrance to the tunnel and hesitated for a moment. He knew that entering the tunnel was a gamble. It could be a trap, but he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. The tunnel was narrow and claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Ren moved slowly, carefully, his hands outstretched, feeling his way through the darkness. He could hear the sound of dripping water, the scuttling of rats, and the faint echo of voices in the distance. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading him deeper and deeper into the mountainside. He passed through several chambers, some empty, others filled with strange and disturbing objects. He saw altars adorned with skulls, cages filled with terrified animals, and shelves lined with jars containing strange concoctions. He realized that the Black Lotus clan was not merely a group of power-hungry individuals. They were practitioners of dark magic, worshippers of ancient and malevolent spirits. They were a threat not only to Shia, but to the entire world. Finally, the tunnel opened into a large cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a raised platform, and on the platform, bathed in an eerie green light, was the Pearl of Aoguang. The pearl pulsed with a faint, sickly glow, its once vibrant energy drained and corrupted by the dark magic of the Black Lotus clan. It was surrounded by figures clad in black robes, their faces hidden behind masks. They chanted in a low, guttural language, their voices resonating with dark power. At the head of the platform stood a tall, imposing figure, his robes adorned with intricate symbols of the Black Lotus. He held a staff topped with a black lotus blossom, its petals glowing with an unholy light. This was the leader of the Black Lotus clan, the one responsible for stealing the pearl, the one who sought to plunge Sia into darkness. Ren stepped out of the shadows, his presence disrupting the ritual. The figures turned to face him, their eyes burning with hatred. "The dragon's chosen," the leader said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "You are too late. The pearl is ours now, and with its power we will reshape the world in our image." "You do not understand the power you are wielding," Ren said, his voice firm. "The pearl is not a weapon. It is a source of life, a symbol of balance. You are corrupting it, twisting it to your own selfish ends." "Balance is an illusion," the leader sneered. "Power is all that matters, and soon all the power will be ours." He raised his staff, and the figures began to chant louder, their voices building to a crescendo. The pearl pulsed with increasing intensity, its corrupt energy spreading throughout the cavern. The very air crackled with dark magic. Ren knew that he had to act quickly. If the Black Lotus clan completed their ritual, the pearl would be lost forever, and Jia would be plunged into eternal darkness. He charged forward, his staff held ready. The figures attacked him, their movements swift and deadly. Ren defended himself with skill and precision, his staff a whirlwind of motion. He parried their blows, countered their strikes, and sought to disrupt their ritual. But the figures were too many, their power too great. Ren was overwhelmed, pushed back towards the entrance of the cavern. He stumbled, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. The leader of the Black Lotus clan raised his staff, preparing to deliver the final blow. Ren closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end, but then a voice echoed through the cavern, a voice filled with power and authority. Enough! The chanting stopped, the figures froze, and the leader of the Black Lotus clan turned towards the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance of the cavern was a woman, her face hidden behind a veil, her body clad in shimmering robes. She emanated an aura of immense power, a sense of ancient wisdom and grace. "Who are you?" the leader demanded, his voice trembling slightly. The woman lifted her veil, revealing a face of ethereal beauty. Her eyes glowed with an inner light, her expression serene and compassionate. "I am the guardian of the pearl," she said, her voice soft but firm, "and I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine." The leader of the Black Lotus clan narrowed his eyes. "The guardian? But the guardians have been extinct for centuries." "We are not extinct," the woman replied. "We merely slumber, waiting for the time when we are needed once more." She raised her hand, and a beam of pure light shot forth, striking the leader of the Black Lotus clan. He cried out in pain, his body convulsing as the light purged the darkness from his soul. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and broken. The figures in black robes scattered, fleeing into the shadows. The woman turned to Ren, her eyes filled with compassion. "You have done well, Dragon's Chosen," she said. "You have shown courage, compassion, and unwavering loyalty. You have proven yourself worthy of the pearl." She walked towards the platform and reached out her hand. The pearl floated towards her, its corrupt energy dissipating, its true radiance restored. The woman held the pearl aloft, its light filling the cavern with warmth and hope. She chanted in a melodic language, her voice weaving a spell of healing and restoration. The pearl pulsed with renewed vigor, its energy flowing outwards, revitalizing the land. The rivers began to flow again, the rice paddies turned green, and the air filled with the sound of bird song. He-dragons had returned. The woman turned to Ren, her eyes filled with gratitude. "The pearl is safe once more," she said, "and Jia is saved. But our work is not yet done. The Black Lotus clan remains a threat. They must be stopped." "What must I do?" Ren asked, his voice filled with determination. "You must rebuild the Dragon Temple," the woman replied. "You must train new monks, teach them the ways of the dragons, and prepare them to face the darkness that is to come." "I will do it," Ren said, bowing his head in acceptance. The woman smiled. "I know you will. You are the last of the Dragon's Chosen, but you are also the hope of the future." She placed the pearl in Ren's hands. "Guard it well, monk, for it is the heart of Sia, the essence of our world." She turned and walked towards the entrance of the cavern, her figure fading into the shadows. "Where are you going?" Wren asked. "I must return to my slumber," she replied, "but I will be watching, and when the time comes, I will be there to guide you." She vanished, leaving Wren alone in the cavern, the pearl of Aoguang glowing brightly in his hands. Wren looked at the pearl, feeling its warmth and power coursing through his veins. He knew that he had a long and difficult journey ahead of him. But he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of the guardian, and he had the unwavering belief in the power of good. He left the fortress, leaving behind the remnants of the Black Lotus clan. He walked towards the east, towards the Tian Shan Mountains, towards the Dragon Temple. He would rebuild the temple, he would train new monks, and he would prepare for the darkness that was to come. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. The journey back to the Dragon Temple was long and arduous, but Wren pressed on, driven by a sense of purpose and duty. As he traveled, he witnessed the land slowly recovering from the Black Lotus clan's corruption. The rivers flowed freely, the fields were fertile, and the people were filled with hope. He reached villages where the Black Lotus clan had once held sway, and he helped the people rebuild their lives, offering them guidance, support, and protection. He shared stories of the dragons, reminding them of the ancient wisdom and the importance of balance. He met many who had suffered at the hands of the Black Lotus clan, victims of their cruelty and their dark magic. He listened to their stories, offering them comfort and healing. He learned of the clan's inner workings, their methods, and their goals. He realized that the Black Lotus clan was not merely a group of power-hungry individuals, but a deeply rooted organization with a complex network of influence and a long history of darkness. They had infiltrated every level of society, from the imperial court to the smallest village. He knew that defeating them would not be easy. It would require more than just strength and skill. It would require cunning, strategy, and the support of the people. As he approached the Tian Shan Mountains, he began to encounter individuals who were drawn to his cause, people who had been touched by the dragons, or who had suffered at the hands of the Black Lotus clan. There was Lin, a young woman from a remote village, who had witnessed her family murdered by the clan. She possessed a fierce determination and a natural talent for martial arts. She sought revenge, but she also sought justice. There was Jian, an old scholar, who had been imprisoned by the clan for refusing to share his knowledge of ancient magic. He was frail and weak, but his mind was sharp, and his knowledge was vast. He possessed a deep understanding of the Black Lotus clan's history and their weaknesses. There was May, a skilled herbalist who had been forced to create potions for the clan's dark rituals. She had a gentle nature, but she also possessed a strong sense of morality. She sought to atone for her past actions and to use her knowledge to heal and protect others. Wren welcomed these individuals into his fold, recognizing their potential and their dedication. He began to train them, teaching them the ways of the dragons, the art of martial arts, and the principles of compassion and balance. He taught them to harness their inner energy, to focus their minds, and to use their skills for the good of others. He emphasized the importance of teamwork, of trust, and of unwavering loyalty. As they trained, they formed a strong bond, becoming more than just companions. They became a family, united by their shared purpose and their unwavering belief in the power of good. Finally, they reached the Dragon Temple, a crumbling ruin nestled high in the misty peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains. The temple had been desecrated by the Black Lotus clan, its sacred objects stolen, its walls defiled. Ren and his companions set to work, cleaning the temple, repairing the walls, and restoring the sacred objects. They worked tirelessly day and night, driven by their determination to rebuild the temple and to restore its former glory. As they worked, they discovered hidden chambers and secret passages, revealing ancient texts and forgotten artifacts. They learned more about the dragons, their history, their power, and their wisdom. They discovered that the dragons were not merely mythical creatures, but powerful beings who had once walked the earth, guiding humanity towards enlightenment and protecting them from the forces of darkness. They learned that the Dragon Temple was not merely a place of worship, but a nexus of energy, a conduit to the spiritual realm. It was a place where one could connect with the dragons, draw upon their power, and find inner peace. As the temple was rebuilt, its energy began to return, its walls emanating a sense of peace and tranquility. The surrounding mountains seemed to come alive, their peaks glowing with a soft, ethereal light. People from far and wide began to flock to the temple, seeking guidance, healing, and spiritual enlightenment. Ren and his companions welcomed them with open arms, sharing their knowledge and their wisdom. The Dragon Temple became a beacon of hope, a symbol of resistance against the darkness of the Black Lotus clan. It was a place where people could come together, unite against evil, and find strength in their shared beliefs. Ren knew that the Black Lotus clan would not allow the Dragon Temple to thrive. They would see it as a threat to their power, and they would do everything in their power to destroy it. He began to prepare for the coming conflict, strengthening the temple's defenses, training his companions in combat, and gathering allies from across the land. He knew that the battle against the Black Lotus clan would be long and difficult, but he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of the Guardian, he had the unwavering loyalty of his companions, and he had the belief of the people. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. He would defend the Dragon Temple, he would protect the people, and he would defeat the Black Lotus clan. He would restore balance to the world, and he would usher in a new age of peace and prosperity. The day finally came when the Black Lotus clan launched their attack on the Dragon Temple. A massive army, clad in black armor and wielding dark magic, descended from the mountains, their eyes filled with hatred and their hearts filled with darkness. Ren and his companions stood ready, their faces grim, their spirits resolute. They knew that they were outnumbered, but they were not intimidated. They had trained for this moment. They had prepared for this battle, and they were ready to fight to the death. The battle raged for days, the forces of light clashing against the forces of darkness. The Dragon Temple was bombarded with spells and arrows, its walls crumbling under the onslaught. But Ren and his companions fought bravely, defending the temple with unwavering determination. Lin, with her fierce martial art skills, cut down scores of enemies, her rage fueled by the memory of her murdered family. Jian, with his vast knowledge of ancient magic, cast powerful spells, disrupting the Black Lotus clan's formations and weakening their attacks. May, with her healing herbs and potions, tended to the wounded, keeping them alive and fighting. Ren, with the pearl of Guang in his possession, led the charge, his staff a blur of motion, his strikes filled with power. He moved like a whirlwind, cutting down enemies, deflecting spells, and inspiring his companions to fight even harder. The battle turned into a desperate struggle, a war of attrition. Both sides suffered heavy losses, the ground littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood and death. As the battle raged, the leader of the Black Lotus clan emerged from the shadows, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. He strode towards Ren, his staff raised, his voice filled with hatred. "You cannot win, Dragon's Chosen," he snarled. "The darkness is too strong. You will all die." "We will never surrender," Ren replied, his voice firm. "We will fight to the end. We will protect the Dragon Temple. We will protect the people, and we will defeat you." The leader laughed. "You are a fool. You cannot stop the darkness. It is inevitable. It will consume everything." He unleashed a torrent of dark magic, striking Ren with immense force. Ren was knocked backwards, his body slammed against a wall. He lay on the ground, bruised and battered, struggling to breathe. The leader approached him, his staff raised, preparing to deliver the final blow. Ren closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end, but then a voice echoed through the battlefield, a voice filled with power and authority. "Enough." The leader of the Black Lotus clan froze, his eyes widening in horror. He turned towards the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance of the Dragon Temple was the Guardian of the Pearl, her face radiant, her body shimmering with divine energy. She emanated an aura of immense power, a sense of ancient wisdom and grace. "You have gone too far," she said, her voice soft but firm. "You have corrupted the power of the dragons. You have brought darkness to the world, and now you must pay the price." She raised her hand, and a beam of pure light shot forth, striking the leader of the Black Lotus clan. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing as the light purged the darkness from his soul. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and broken. The remaining members of the Black Lotus clan panicked, their morale shattered. They turned and fled, scattering into the mountains, their power broken, their hopes dashed. The battle was over. The Dragon Temple had been saved. The forces of light had triumphed over the forces of darkness. Ren rose to his feet, his body weak, but his spirit strong. He looked at the Guardian, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "You saved us." "You saved yourselves," the Guardian replied. "You showed courage, compassion, and unwavering loyalty. You proved that the power of good is stronger than the power of evil." She turned and looked at the battlefield, her eyes filled with sorrow. "The war is not over," she said. "The Black Lotus clan may be defeated, but their influence remains. The darkness still lingers in the hearts of many." "What must we do?" Ren asked. "You must continue to spread the teachings of the dragons," the Guardian replied. "You must continue to promote compassion, balance, and enlightenment. You must heal the wounds of the past and build a brighter future." "We will," Ren said, his voice filled with determination. The Guardian smiled. "I know you will. You are the last of the Dragon's Chosen, and you are the hope of the future." She turned and walked towards the mountains, her figure fading into the mist. "Where are you going?" Ren asked. "I must return to my slumber," she replied. But I will be watching, and when the time comes, I will be there to guide you." She vanished, leaving Ren alone on the battlefield, surrounded by his companions, the pearl of Aoguang glowing brightly in his hands. Ren looked at the pearl, feeling its warmth and power coursing through his veins. He knew that he had a long and difficult journey ahead of him, but he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of his companions, and he had the belief of the people. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. He would continue to spread the teachings of the dragons. He would continue to promote compassion, balance, and enlightenment, and he would continue to fight against the darkness. He would build a new world, a world of peace, prosperity, and harmony. He would create a legacy that would last for centuries to come. The rivers of Xia flowed again with vibrant life, and the land prospered under the watchful eye of the returning dragons, their essence secured within the pearl of Aoguang, protected by the rebuilt dragon temple and the legacy of the monk Ren, the last of the dragons chosen. The whisper of the rivers carried the song of hope throughout the kingdom. The village of Oak Haven had always been defined by its cycles: the riotous green of spring, the sun-drenched gold of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and finally, the pristine, silencing blanket of winter snow. Oak Haven was nestled in a valley carved deep into the Whisperwind Mountains, and the snow, specifically, was their lifeblood. It fed the rivers in the spring, watered the crops, and, in its frozen glory, protected the roots from the harshest of winter winds. But this year, the cycle was broken. The final leaves had long since fallen, painting the ground in shades of rust and ochre. A perpetual twilight clung to the air, a hazy, melancholic amber that seemed to seep into the very bones of the villagers. The air held the crisp bite of late autumn, but the anticipated snowfall never came. Day after day, the gray sky remained stubbornly empty, offering no promise of the white relief they desperately needed. The elders of Oak Haven, their faces etched with worry lines that deepened with each passing sunless day, spoke of a disturbance in the natural order. The animals grew restless, migrating erratically. The river, usually a boisterous torrent by now, dwindled to a sluggish stream. Fear, like a creeping vine, began to choke the joy from the village. One crisp morning, Astesius, the village's self-proclaimed historian and keeper of lore, stumbled into the town square, his usually meticulous robes rumpled and his eyes wide with a blend of fear and excitement. Astesius was a man of eccentric charm, given to long-winded explanations and a penchant for dramatic pronouncements. He was also, despite his quirks, the repository of Oak Haven's history. "It's him," he declared, his voice cracking slightly. "It's Hemlock, the autumn thief." A murmur rippled through the small crowd that had gathered. Hemlock was a name whispered only in hushed tones, a mischievous spirit of the wild hunt, said to delight in disrupting the seasons. Legends painted him as a creature of autumnal beauty and chaotic energy, with eyes like amber and laughter like the rustling of leaves. He was said to crave attention, indulging in elaborate pranks to draw notice to himself. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, bedtime tales to warn children against wandering into the woods alone. But now, faced with the undeniable absence of winter, they clung to Astesius' words with desperate hope. hemlock is said to steal the last snowfall, trapping the places in endless autumn. Astesius continued, pacing frantically. He does it for the sheer entertainment of it. A cosmic prankster, if you will. The stories say he dwells within the heart of the petalwood, guarding his stolen season. A young woman named Carrie pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Carrie was a practical, strong-willed woman, a skilled hunter, and the daughter of the village's former leader. She possessed a pragmatic mind and a fiery spirit, rarely swayed by superstition. But even she couldn't deny the unsettling changes that had gripped Oakhaven. "So, what are we supposed to do, Astesius?" she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of skepticism and desperation. "Offer him tea and crumpets in exchange for our snow?" Astesius wrung his hands. No, it's not that simple. Hemlock is capricious. Bribes won't work. Force is out of the question. He is a spirit. The only way to retrieve the snow is to trick him. A collective groan arose from the crowd. Tricking a spirit sounded like a fool's errand, a recipe for disaster. But what other choice did they have? Trick him how? Carrie pressed, refusing to back down from the challenge. Astesius paused, his eyes darting around as if searching for inspiration from the very air itself. Hemlock craves attention, yes, but he also has an immense sense of pride. He believes himself to be unmatchable. We need to find a way to appeal to that arrogance, to make him believe he's winning, when in reality, he's being led into a trap. The idea was vague, but it was all they had. Carrie, despite her doubts, knew that inaction was not an option. "All right," she said, squaring her shoulders. "I'll go to the petalwood." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The petalwood was a place of ancient, gnarled trees and perpetual twilight, a place where reality seemed to thin and the veil between worlds grew fragile. Few dared to venture into its depths. "Carrie, no!" An older woman cried out, her voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous. The petalwood is unpredictable." "Someone has to go," Carrie retorted, her gaze unwavering. "We can't just sit here and watch our village wither away." She looked at Astesius. "You'll come with me. You know the lore. You know what we're up against." Astesius paled visibly. "Me? But I'm a scholar, not a—" He trailed off, unable to articulate his fear. "You're our only hope, Astesius," Carrie said, her voice firm but gentle. "We need you." He swallowed hard, his gaze flickering between Carrie's determined face and the anxious faces of the villagers. With a sigh, he relented. "All right," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll go, but I'm warning you, I'm terrible in a fight." Carrie offered a small, reassuring smile. "We're not planning on fighting. We're planning on tricking." As Carrie prepared for her journey, gathering supplies and sharpening her hunting knives, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were embarking on a fool's errand. The legends of Hemlock were unsettling, and the petalwood was a place steeped in mystery and danger. But the thought of Oakhaven, slowly dying beneath the weight of an endless autumn, fueled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to restore the balance, even if it meant facing a mischievous spirit in his own enchanted domain. Carrie and Astesius set off towards the petalwood as the sun, a hazy orange disk, dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the valley. The air grew colder as they approached the edge of the woods, the familiar scent of decaying leaves and damp earth growing stronger. A sense of unease settled over them, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The petalwood was unlike any forest they had ever encountered. The trees were ancient, their gnarled branches twisted into bizarre shapes, as if frozen in the midst of some silent, agonizing scream. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying petals, their colors faded and muted, emitting a sweet, cloying scent that was both alluring and unsettling. The air was thick with a perpetual twilight, the sunlight barely penetrating the dense canopy overhead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by a symphony of whispers. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying voices that seemed to speak in riddles and half-forgotten memories. The trees themselves seemed to watch them, their branches like skeletal fingers pointing accusingly. Astesius, despite his initial fear, seemed to find a strange sort of comfort in the petalwood. The atmosphere of ancient magic seemed to invigorate him, and he began to recite passages from forgotten texts, his voice echoing through the silent woods. The petalwood is a place where the veil between worlds is thin, he explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's a place where the past, present, and future intertwine. Be careful what you think, Carrie. Your thoughts can become real here. Carrie, however, remained skeptical. She trusted her senses, and her senses were telling her that they were not alone. She kept her hand on the hilt of her knife, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. After hours of walking, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its branches reaching up towards the sky like supplicating arms. The tree was adorned with hundreds of small, intricately carved wooden masks, each one depicting a different emotion: joy, sorrow, anger, fear. This is the Whispering Oak, Astesius said, his voice hushed with reverence. It's said to be a gateway to the spirit world. Hemlock often uses it to communicate with mortals. As he spoke, a voice echoed from the tree, a melodious, lilting voice that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. "Welcome, mortals," the voice said. "I have been expecting you." Carrie stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. "We seek Hemlock, the autumn thief." The voice chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Hemlock is a busy spirit. What business do you have with him?" "He stole our winter," Carrie said, her voice laced with anger. "He trapped Oak Haven in an endless autumn. We want it back." The voice sighed. "Hemlock does what he does for amusement. He doesn't take requests." "Then tell him this," Carrie said, her eyes fixed on the Whispering Oak. "We challenge him. We challenge him to a contest. If he wins, he can keep our winter. But if we win, he must return it to us." A long silence followed, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Then the voice chuckled again, a sound that sent a shiver down Carrie's spine. "Very well," the voice said. "Hemlock accepts your challenge. Meet him at the sunken glade at dawn. But be warned, mortals. Hemlock is not easily defeated." The voice faded away, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the silent clearing. The wooden masks on the Whispering Oak seemed to stare at them with mocking eyes. "What have you done, Carrie?" Astesius whispered, his face pale with fear. "We're going to face a spirit in his own domain. We don't stand a chance." "We have to try," Carrie said, her voice firm. "Oak Haven is counting on us." She looked at Astesius, her eyes filled with determination. "We need a plan. We need to figure out how to trick Hemlock." Astesius wrung his hands, his mind racing. "He's vain," he said, his voice barely audible. "He's arrogant. He believes himself to be unbeatable." "Then we need to exploit that," Carrie said, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. "We need to make him believe he's winning until it's too late." As the night wore on, Carrie and Astesius huddled beneath the whispering oak, devising a plan to outwit the autumn thief. The whispers of the petalwood seemed to mock them, but they refused to give up. They knew that the fate of Oak Haven rested on their shoulders. The sunken glade was a place of ethereal beauty and unsettling stillness. The ground sloped downwards, forming a bowl-shaped depression in the forest floor. A thick mist clung to the ground, obscuring the edges of the glade and creating an illusion of endless depth. In the center of the glade stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. As Carrie and Astesius entered the glade, they saw Hemlock standing by the edge of the pool. He was everything the legends described, a creature of autumnal beauty, with eyes like amber and hair like the rustling of leaves. He wore a cloak woven from fallen leaves, and his presence radiated an aura of chaotic energy. "Welcome, mortals," Hemlock said, his voice melodious and mocking. "I see you dare to challenge me. I admire your courage, even if it is foolish." "We're not afraid of you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice clear and strong. "We're here to reclaim what you stole." Hemlock laughed, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a whirlwind. "You think you can defeat me? I am a spirit of the wild hunt. I have existed since the dawn of time." "We're not trying to defeat you," Carrie said, a sly smile playing on her lips. "We're simply proposing a contest, a game, a test of skill." Hemlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A game? What kind of game?" "A storytelling contest," Carrie said. "We each tell a story. The best story wins. If your story is better, you can keep our winter, but if our story is better, you must return it to us." Hemlock considered the proposition, his amber eyes gleaming with amusement. "A storytelling contest? How quaint. Very well, mortal. I accept your challenge. But be warned, I am a master storyteller. My tales have captivated gods and mortals alike." "We're not intimidated," Carrie said. "Let the contest begin." Hemlock gestured toward the pool of water. "The rules are simple. Each story must be inspired by the reflection in the pool. The reflection will change with each telling, offering a new source of inspiration. I shall go first." Hemlock gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted and swirled. A vision of a lone wolf howling at the moon appeared on the water's surface. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. He began to speak, his voice weaving a tale of loneliness, survival, and the primal call of the wild. He spoke of the wolf's struggles against the harsh elements, its desperate search for companionship, and its ultimate triumph over adversity. His words were lyrical and evocative, painting a vivid picture in the minds of Carrie and Astesius. When Hemlock finished his story, a silence fell over the sunken glade. The mist seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavy with emotion. "Impressive," Carrie said, her voice barely audible. "But it's our turn now." She looked at Astesius, her eyes pleading for inspiration. Astesius swallowed hard, his mind racing. He knew that they had to tell a story that was not only captivating, but also strategically crafted to exploit Hemlock's arrogance. He gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted again. This time, a vision of a withered flower struggling to bloom in the harsh autumn frost appeared on the water's surface. Astasius began to speak, his voice trembling slightly at first, but growing stronger with each word. He told a story of perseverance, hope, and the enduring power of beauty. He spoke of the flower's defiance against the dying season, its unwavering determination to bloom despite the odds. He told of the bee that found the flower and carried its pollen across the land. He spoke of its vibrant color and sweet smell, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by decay. As Astasius spoke, Carrie realized the brilliance of his strategy. He wasn't just telling a story, he was subtly praising hemlock, comparing him to the flower that dared to defy the natural order. He was appealing to hemlock's vanity, making him believe that he was the hero of the story. When Astasius finished his story, Hemlock's expression was unreadable. He stared into the pool, his amber eyes narrowed in thought. "Well told," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "But it is my turn again, is it not?" The reflection in the pool shifted once more, this time revealing a vision of a mighty oak tree, its branches laden with golden leaves. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He began to speak, his voice filled with pride. He told a story of strength, resilience, and the unwavering power of tradition. The oak was a king, ruling over the forest, wise and strong, a friend to the animals, and a protector of the weak. But as the story went on, the oak's leaves started to fall, one by one, until the mighty tree was bare and withered, a symbol of decaying pompousness. Carrie and Astasius exchanged glances. They knew that they had to deliver the final blow, the final twist that would secure their victory. The reflection shifted again, revealing a vision of a single snowflake falling from the sky. Carrie took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice filled with genuine emotion. She told a story of renewal, change, and the beauty of letting go. She spoke of the snowflake's journey from the heavens to the earth, its fleeting existence a symbol of the ephemeral nature of life. The snowflake falls gently, melting as it touches the ground, feeding the earth with life, preparing it for the next cycle, a small, insignificant droplet of water that ultimately becomes a gushing river once again. As Carrie spoke, she wove a subtle message into her story. She wasn't directly criticizing hemlock, but instead explained how spring always follows winter, how autumn gives way to snow, how one tiny change can have a dramatic and wonderful effect on the world. It's all connected, and it's all a cycle. When Carrie finished her story, a long silence fell over the sunken glade. Hemlock stared into the pool, his expression a mask of fury, as he realizes he was tricked. He has been played. He could almost feel the village of Oakhaven as the air around him grew several degrees colder. "You think you've won?" he said finally, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "You think you've outsmarted me? I am Hemlock. I cannot be defeated." "We didn't defeat you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice calm and reassuring. "We simply told a better story, a story of hope, of renewal, of the beauty of balance." Hemlock stared at Carrie, his eyes blazing with fury. Then slowly a wry smile spread across his lips. "Very well, mortals," he said, his voice resigned. "You have earned your victory. I will return your winter to you." He closed his eyes and raised his hands toward the sky. A gust of wind swept through the sunken glade, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of winter. The mist began to dissipate, and the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently in the air. Hemlock opened his eyes, his amber gaze fixed on Carrie. "I have kept my word," he said, "but do not think that this is the end. I will return, mortals. I will always return. The cycle of the seasons cannot be broken." With a final laugh, Hemlock vanished into the mist, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the sunken glade. The snow continued to fall, covering the ground in a blanket of white. As Carrie and Astesius emerged from the petalwood, they were greeted by a sight that made their hearts leap with joy. Oakhaven was transformed. The ground was covered in a pristine layer of snow. The trees were dusted with white, and the air was filled with the crisp, invigorating scent of winter. The villagers rushed to greet them, their faces beaming with relief and gratitude. They cheered and danced in the snow, celebrating the return of the season they had feared they had lost forever. Carrie and Astesius were hailed as heroes, their names forever etched into the annals of Oakhaven's history. But they knew that they were not truly heroes. They had simply done what was necessary to protect their village, to restore the balance of the seasons. As the days turned into weeks, Oakhaven gradually returned to normal. The river began to flow again. The animals returned to their natural migration patterns, and the villagers resumed their winter routines. But something had changed. They had learned a valuable lesson about the importance of respecting the natural world and the power of stories to shape their reality. Carrie, no longer just a hunter, but a respected leader, continued to serve her village with wisdom and compassion. She often ventured into the petalwood not out of fear or obligation, but out of a newfound appreciation for its mysteries. She learned to listen to the whispers of the woods, to understand the language of the spirits, and to respect the delicate balance between the mortal and the magical. Astesius, emboldened by his experience, embraced his role as the village's historian and lore keeper with renewed vigor. He spent his days poring over ancient texts, seeking to expand his knowledge of the spirit world and the secrets of the seasons. He became a mentor to the younger generation, sharing his wisdom and instilling in them a sense of reverence for the natural world. And as the years passed, the legend of the autumn thief and the frozen bloom lived on, a reminder of the day when a mischievous spirit threatened to plunge Oakhaven into eternal autumn, and two unlikely heroes rose to the challenge, using their wits and their words to restore the balance and bring back the beauty of winter. Years later, on a crisp autumn evening, a young girl named Luma sat by the fire, listening intently as Astesius, now an old man with a twinkle in his eye, recounted the tale of Hemlock and the stolen snow. "So, what happened to Hemlock?" Luma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did he ever come back?" Astesius smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "Oh, he came back, Luma. He always comes back. He is the spirit of autumn, after all. But he never bothered Oakhaven again. He learned that sometimes the best pranks are the ones that aren't played at all." Luma snuggled closer to the fire, her imagination ignited by the tale. She knew that the story of Hemlock was more than just a legend. It was a lesson about the importance of respecting the seasons, the power of stories, and the enduring strength of community. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a world where the balance of nature was always protected, and the spirit of mischief was kept in check by the wisdom and courage of those who dared to challenge him. Carrie, now the village elder, watched from the doorway, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that the cycle would continue, that the seasons would always change and that new challenges would always arise. But she also knew that the spirit of Oakhaven would endure, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and resilience in a world filled with both beauty and peril. And somewhere in the depths of the petalwood, Hemlock stirred, a mischievous glint in his amber eyes. He knew that his game was far from over. The world was full of stories waiting to be told, and he was always ready to play his part, to challenge the status quo, and to remind mortals that even in the darkest of times, there is always room for a little bit of mischief. After all, what is a life without a bit of chaos? He let out a soft chuckle that sounded like the rustling of leaves, and the petalwood whispered in response. The cycle would continue. Alorica wasn't like other kingdoms. It wasn't built of stone on solid ground, but woven from living coral, spiraling upwards from the ocean floor like a fantastical, multicolored tree. Bioluminescent algae painted the city in shifting hues of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst, creating an ethereal glow that pulsed with the rhythm of the tides. The inhabitants, the Alorians, were as unique as their city. Their skin possessed a subtle shimmer, and their eyes held the deep, knowing gaze of those intimately connected to the ocean's mysteries. James, a young cartographer with a restless spirit, often found himself drawn to the edges of Alarica, where the city met the inky blackness of the deep sea. He dreamed of charting the uncharted, of discovering new currents and underwater mountains. He felt stifled by the predictable beauty of Alarica, a beauty that had become, in his eyes, a gilded cage. One evening, as the twin moons of Alorica cast long dancing shadows across the coral streets, James found himself near the workshop of Keaton, the master puppeteer. Keaton was a recluse, a figure shrouded in whispers and rumors. He lived in a secluded cove, his dwelling a chaotic jumble of driftwood shells and half-finished puppets. The Alorians regarded him with a mixture of awe and unease. His creations were legendary, dolls so exquisitely crafted that they seemed to breathe, to possess a spark of life. It was said that on still nights one could hear them whispering secrets in the dark. Drawn by curiosity, James cautiously approached the workshop. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt, varnish, and something else, something indefinably strange, like petrified wood and dried kelp. A crack of light spilled from the doorway, illuminating a scene that sent a shiver down James's spine. Keaton, a gaunt figure with eyes as dark and fathomless as the abyss, stood hunched over a workbench, his long skeletal fingers deftly carving a piece of driftwood. The wood resembled a human face, and as James watched, a startlingly lifelike expression began to emerge, a look of serene contemplation, almost sadness. The workshop was filled with puppets, hundreds of them. Some were suspended from the ceiling, their empty eyes staring blankly ahead. Others lay scattered on shelves, their limbs tangled in a macabre embrace. Each puppet was unique, a miniature representation of an Alorian, their features captured with uncanny accuracy. James recognized the likenesses of several villagers, the baker, the fisherman, even the high priestess. As James watched, Keaton picked up a small, ornate music box. He wound it, and a haunting melody filled the air. As the music swirled around the room, James noticed something extraordinary. The puppets seemed to stir. Their wooden limbs twitched, their heads tilted, and their painted eyes seemed to flicker with a semblance of awareness. James stumbled back in astonishment, his heart pounding in his chest. He wanted to run, to escape the unsettling atmosphere of the workshop, but he was frozen in place, mesmerized by the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, Keaton looked up, his dark eyes meeting James's. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. "Intrigued, young cartographer?" he rasped, his voice like the rustling of dried leaves. "You have a keen eye. Few are privileged enough to witness my creations." James found his voice, though it trembled slightly. "They're incredible. But how?" Keaton chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Magic, my boy. Pure, unadulterated magic. The lifeblood of Alarica, distilled into art." He gestured towards the puppets. "Each one is a vessel, a conduit. They hold the essence of their counterparts, their memories, their dreams." James felt a wave of unease wash over him. "You mean you've taken something from them?" Keaton's smile widened. "Taken? No, my boy. I've merely borrowed it. I've given them immortality, a place in my grand design." Before James could respond, Keaton turned back to his workbench, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "Go now, young cartographer. My work calls. And remember, silence is golden in Alorica." James didn't need to be told twice. He fled from the workshop. The image of the puppets and Keaton's unsettling smile burned into his mind. He returned to his small apartment overlooking the coral gardens. He tried to dismiss what he had seen as a product of his overactive imagination, but the feeling of unease lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong in Alorica, something that threatened the very fabric of their existence. The next morning, Alorica was silent, unnaturally silent. The usual cacophony of sounds, the laughter of children, the calls of vendors, the gentle lapping of the tide against the coral walls, was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness that hung heavy in the air. James awoke with a sense of dread. He rushed out of his apartment and into the streets, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The Alorians were standing motionless, their eyes glazed over, their limbs stiff and unyielding. They were like statues, frozen in time, their faces locked in expressions of bewilderment or terror. As James moved closer, he noticed something even more horrifying. Their skin was no longer shimmering and alive. It was smooth, polished, and wooden. The Alorians had been transformed into marionettes. Panic surged through James's veins. He ran through the streets, desperately searching for someone, anyone, who was still unaffected. He called out names: "William, Percy, Nicholas," but only silence answered him. He found William, his childhood friend, standing outside his pottery shop, his hands still clutching a lump of clay. His eyes were blank, his body rigid, his skin a dull, lifeless brown. James reached out and touched William's face, and his fingers recoiled in shock. His skin was cold and hard like carved wood. Percy, the town's jovial fisherman, was frozen in his boat, his fishing net suspended in midair. Nicholas, the high priest, was standing before the grand coral altar, his hands raised in a silent prayer. All of them, every single Alorian, had been turned into wooden puppets. James's mind raced. He remembered Keaton's words: "I've given them immortality, a place in my grand design." He realized the horrifying truth. Keaton had somehow used his magic, his puppets, to transform the entire population of Alorica into marionettes. But why? What was his motive? Was he mad? Or was there something more sinister at play? James knew that he was the only one who could save Alorica, He was the only one who had witnessed Keaton's magic, the only one who understood the connection between the puppets and the Alorians. He had to find Keaton, to confront him, and to somehow reverse the spell. He set off towards Keaton's secluded cove, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The journey was surreal, walking through a city populated by silent wooden figures. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the tide and the distant cry of sea birds. As he approached Keaton's workshop, he could hear the faint, haunting melody of the music box. He knew that he was getting closer to the truth, to the heart of the mystery that had engulfed Alarica. He reached the entrance to the workshop and paused, taking a deep breath. He steeled himself for whatever horrors awaited him inside. He pushed open the door and stepped into the workshop, ready to confront the master puppeteer and unravel the secrets of the Silent Kingdom. Keaton was waiting for him. He stood in the center of the workshop, surrounded by his puppets, his dark eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. The music box played on, its melody weaving a spell of eerie enchantment. "Ah, James," Keaton said, his voice a low, rasping whisper. "I knew you would come. You are, after all, the only one who understands." James glared at him, his fists clenched. "Understands? I understand that you've turned everyone in Alarica into wooden puppets. Why, Keaton? Why would you do this?" Keaton chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Why? Because Alarica was dying, James. It was stagnant, complacent, lost in its own beauty. The Alorians had forgotten the true meaning of life, the true power of art." He gestured towards the puppets. "Now, they are perfect. They are immortal. They are art. They will never suffer, never age, never die. They will exist forever in my grand design." James shook his head in disbelief. "This isn't art, Keaton. This is madness. You've robbed them of their lives, their emotions, their very souls." Keaton's eyes flashed with anger. "Souls? What are souls but fleeting illusions? I have given them something more enduring, something more meaningful. I have given them a purpose." He pointed to a large, intricately carved puppet that stood apart from the others. It was dressed in regal robes and bore a striking resemblance to the Queen of Alarica. "This," Keaton said, his voice filled with pride, "is my masterpiece, the Queen Marionette. She will rule Alarica forever, guided by my hand, ensuring that the kingdom remains pure, untouched by the corruption of the outside world." James realized the full extent of Keaton's madness. He wasn't just a puppeteer. He was a megalomaniac, a delusional artist who believed that he had the right to control the lives of others. "You can't do this, Keaton," James said, his voice trembling with emotion. "You can't control people like puppets. They have their own free will, their own destinies." Keaton laughed. "Free will? A childish fantasy. We are all puppets, James, dancing to the tune of fate. I have simply taken control of the strings." He raised his hand, and the Queen Marionette stepped forward, its wooden limbs moving with eerie precision. It raised its hand and pointed a finger at James. "Join us, James," Keaton said, his voice hypnotic. "Become a part of my grand design. You are an artist, a visionary. You understand the power of creation. Together, we can transform the world into a masterpiece." James felt a powerful urge to obey, to succumb to Keaton's will. The music box seemed to be amplifying his influence, weaving a spell of obedience and submission. But deep down, a spark of resistance remained. He remembered the faces of his friends, their laughter, their dreams. He remembered the beauty of Alarica, the vibrant coral gardens, the shimmering light of the twin moons. He couldn't let Keaton destroy all of that. He focused all of his will, all of his anger, all of his love for Alarica, and broke free from Keaton's spell. "Never," he said, his voice filled with defiance. "I will never be your puppet." Keaton's face twisted with rage. "Then you are a fool, James. A fool who will be silenced." He snapped his fingers, and the puppets sprang to life, their wooden limbs moving with unnatural speed and strength. They surrounded James, their empty eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. James knew he was outnumbered, outmatched. He was just a cartographer, not a warrior. But he refused to surrender. He had to find a way to stop Keaton, to break the spell, to save Alarica. He dodged and weaved through the advancing puppets, his mind racing, searching for a weakness, a way to turn the tide. He noticed that the puppets seemed to be controlled by the music box. The melody was their life force, their connection to Keaton's will. If he could destroy the music box, he might be able to break the spell. He fought his way towards Keaton, dodging the grasping limbs of the puppets. He grabbed a driftwood carving from a nearby shelf and used it as a makeshift weapon, smashing it against the puppets' wooden faces. Keaton watched him with a mixture of anger and amusement. "You can't win, James. My magic is too powerful." James ignored him and continued to fight his way closer to the music box. He leapt onto the workbench and grabbed the music box, raising it above his head. Keaton screamed, his voice filled with rage. "No, don't do it!" James hesitated for a moment, knowing that destroying the music box might have unforeseen consequences. But he had no choice. He had to take the risk. He smashed the music box against the workbench, shattering it into pieces. The melody abruptly stopped, and the puppets froze in place, their wooden limbs twitching. A wave of energy surged through the workshop, knocking James off his feet. He landed hard on the floor, his head spinning. When he looked up, he saw that the puppets were no longer moving. Their eyes were still glazed over, but their expressions seemed to have softened. Keaton was on his knees, his face buried in his hands, his body shaking with sobs. "What have I done?" he whispered, his voice filled with despair. "What have I done?" James slowly stood up, his body aching, his mind reeling. He looked around the workshop at the hundreds of wooden puppets, at the shattered remains of the music box, at the broken figure of Keaton. He had stopped Keaton, but the Alorians were still trapped in their wooden shells. The spell was broken, but its effects lingered. He knew that he couldn't leave them like this. He had to find a way to restore them, to bring them back to life. He approached Keaton, his heart filled with a mixture of pity and disgust. "How do I fix this, Keaton?" he asked, his voice pleading. "How do I bring them back?" Keaton looked up, his eyes filled with tears. "I don't know," he said, his voice barely audible. "I don't know how to reverse the spell. I only know how to create." James felt a surge of anger. "You're lying! You must know! You created this mess! You have to fix it!" Keaton shook his head. "I used a forbidden magic, a magic that I barely understood. I thought I could control it, but it consumed me. I am lost, James. I am lost." James realized that Keaton was telling the truth. He was a broken man, consumed by his own madness, unable to undo the damage he had caused. James turned away from Keaton and looked at the silent puppets. He knew that he was on his own. He had to find a way to save Alarica, even if it meant venturing into the unknown, even if it meant facing dangers beyond his imagination. He left the workshop, leaving the Keaton to his despair. He stepped out into the silent city, the city of wooden puppets, the city that he had sworn to save. He began to search for answers, for clues, for anything that could help him restore the Elorians to their former selves. He consulted ancient texts. He sought the wisdom of the elders. He even ventured into the dark and dangerous depths of the ocean, searching for forgotten magic. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. James tirelessly pursued his quest, driven by his love for Alarica and his unwavering belief that he could find a way to break the spell. And finally, after months of searching, he found it. A hidden passage in an ancient scroll, a passage that spoke of a legendary artifact, a relic of immense power, capable of reversing even the most potent magic. The artifact was called the Tear of the Ocean, a single shimmering pearl said to have been formed from the tears of the ocean goddess herself. It was hidden in a forgotten temple, deep within the treacherous coral labyrinth, a maze of twisting tunnels and deadly currents. James knew that the journey would be perilous, but he had no choice. He had to retrieve the Tear of the Ocean if he wanted to save Alorica. He prepared for his journey, gathering supplies, studying maps, and honing his skills. He knew that he would face many challenges, but he was determined to succeed. He set off into the coral labyrinth, his heart filled with hope and determination. He navigated the treacherous tunnels, battling strong currents, avoiding dangerous creatures, and overcoming countless obstacles. He faced his fears, he pushed his limits, and he never gave up. And finally, after many days of relentless searching, he found it. The forgotten temple, a majestic structure of shimmering coral, stood at the heart of the labyrinth. It was guarded by ancient spirits, powerful entities that tested James's worthiness, his courage, and his compassion. He faced their trials, he proved his worth, and he was finally granted access to the inner sanctum of the temple. And there, in the center of the sanctum, resting on a pedestal of pure white coral, was the Tear of the Ocean. It was more beautiful than anything James had ever seen. It shimmered with an ethereal light, pulsating with the life force of the ocean. He reached out and took the Tear of the Ocean, his hands trembling with emotion. He could feel its power, its immense energy, its connection to the very soul of Alorica. He knew that he had found a key to saving his kingdom. He returned to Alorica, holding the Tear of the Ocean high above his head. He stood before the silent puppets, his heart filled with hope. He closed his eyes and focused all of his will, all of his love, all of his energy into the Tear of the Ocean. He whispered an ancient incantation, a prayer to the ocean goddess, asking for her forgiveness, her guidance, and her blessing. And then he unleashed the power of the Tear of the Ocean. A wave of energy surged through Alorica, washing over the wooden puppets, filling them with life, with warmth, with emotion. The wooden skin began to fade, replaced by the shimmering flesh of the Elorians. The glazed eyes began to clear, filled with awareness, with recognition, with gratitude. The silent city began to awaken, filled with the sounds of laughter, of joy, of reunion. The Elorians were back. They were free. They were alive. The celebration in Alorica was unlike anything James had ever witnessed. The Elorians danced and sang, their hearts overflowing with joy and gratitude. They showered James with praise, hailing him as a hero, a savior, the one who had brought them back from the brink of oblivion. But James didn't feel like a hero. He felt exhausted, drained, and haunted by what he had seen, by what he had done. He knew that he had saved Alorica, but he also knew that the kingdom would never be the same. The memory of the silent puppets, the image of Keaton's despair, the knowledge of the forbidden magic that lurked beneath the surface of their world, these were things that would forever haunt his dreams. He also knew that he couldn't stay in Alorica. He had changed too much. He had seen too much. He needed to escape, to find a new purpose, a new direction for his life. He approached the queen, the real queen, the one who had been restored to her throne, the one who had witnessed the horrors of Keaton's reign. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice filled with respect, "I have come to say goodbye." The queen looked at him with understanding in her eyes. "I know, James," she said. "You have done so much for Alorica. You deserve to find your own peace, your own happiness." She paused, then added, "But before you go, I have a request, a final task for you, if you are willing." James nodded. "Anything, Your Majesty." The Queen smiled. "I want you to chart the uncharted, to explore the unknown, to map the deepest depths of the ocean. I want you to use your skills, your courage, your compassion, to discover new worlds, to forge new alliances, to bring new hope to the people of the sea." She handed him a scroll, a blank map of the ocean, waiting to be filled with his discoveries. "Alorica will always be your home, James," she said, "but the ocean is your destiny." James accepted the scroll, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and excitement. He knew that the queen was right. His destiny lay beyond the familiar shores of Alorica, in the vast, mysterious depths of the ocean. He bid farewell to the queen, to his friends, to the people of Alorica. He boarded his small ship, the Sea Wanderer, and set sail into the unknown. He charted new currents. He discovered new islands. He encountered strange and wonderful creatures. He faced storms and monsters. He navigated treacherous reefs and hidden whirlpools. He learned to trust his instincts, to rely on his skills, to embrace the unknown. He discovered the true meaning of freedom, the true power of exploration, the true beauty of the ocean. He filled the blank map with his discoveries, creating a legacy that would inspire generations of Alorians to explore the depths of the sea. And as he sailed into the sunset, he knew that he had found his purpose, his destiny, his place in the grand tapestry of the ocean. He was James, the cartographer, the savior of Alorica, the explorer of the unknown, and he was finally free. Years later, a young Alorian girl stood on the shores of Alorica, gazing out at the vast ocean. She held a scroll in her hands, a map of the ocean, filled with the discoveries of James, the legendary cartographer. She dreamed of following in his footsteps, of exploring the unknown, of discovering new worlds. She knew that the ocean was full of dangers, but she also knew that it was full of possibilities. She looked up at the twin moons of Alorica, their light shimmering on the surface of the water. She whispered a prayer to the ocean goddess, asking for her guidance, her protection, and her blessing. And then she set sail into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to embrace her destiny, ready to become the next legend of the sea. The silent kingdom of Alorica had been saved, and its spirit of exploration lived on, inspiring new generations to venture into the depths of the ocean, to discover the secrets that lay hidden beneath the waves, and to never forget the lessons of the past. The tale of the puppeteer served as a constant reminder. Beauty could mask darkness, and the pursuit of perfection could lead to devastating consequences. The Alorians, forever changed, learned to cherish their freedom, their individuality, and the vibrant tapestry of life that made their underwater kingdom so unique. And so, Alorica continued to thrive, a beacon of hope and resilience in the vast and mysterious ocean, its story echoing through the ages, a testament to the power of courage, compassion, and the enduring spirit of the sea. The path snaked upwards, a ribbon of ochre dirt against the jade tapestry of the Wu Mountains. For days, Lin had walked, driven by a whisper, a rumor carried on the wind like the scent of distant rain. A market hidden amongst the peaks, a place where the impossible was traded, echoes of the soul. Lin's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat urging her onward. She wasn't seeking fortune or forbidden knowledge. She sought only a sound, a sliver of what she had lost. Her sister May's laughter. May had always been a sunbeam, her laughter a melody that chased away the perpetual mists of their mountain village. But the emperor's men had come, conscripting young women for the imperial court, and May, with her radiant beauty, had been a prime target. She left, promising to return, her laughter echoing in Lin's memory like a phantom limb. But the letters that trickled back were stilted, formal. The joy was gone, and then the letters stopped altogether. That's when Lin heard the whispers of the market, of the merchants who dealt in stolen moments, in the very essence of a person. Desperate, she sold her meager possessions, armed herself with a worn dagger, and began her ascent. The air grew thin and cold as she climbed higher. Twisted pines clung to the mountainside, their branches gnarled like ancient fingers pointing the way. As dusk bled into twilight, a flicker of light appeared between the trees. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a hum that resonated deep within her bones. She pushed through the last thicket of bamboo and gasped. The market of echoes was nestled in a hidden valley, bathed in the ethereal glow of spirit lamps that swayed gently in the wind. Stalls lined the perimeter, crafted from woven branches and draped with shimmering silks. But it was the wares on display that stole Lin's breath. Glass orbs swirled with captured shadows, each one a silent tragedy. Whispers, contained in delicate porcelain jars, pulsed with half-forgotten words. And then she saw them, rows of intricately carved wooden flutes, each one promising to unleash a specific voice. The air was thick with the murmurs of bartering, the rustling of silk, and the faint, unsettling echoes of what was being sold. The merchants, clad in hooded robes that obscured their faces, watched with eyes that seemed to pierce through her soul. They were not human, not entirely. There was an ageless quality about them, a detachment that hinted at something ancient and unknowable. Fear coiled in Lin's stomach, but she pressed on, her gaze scanning the faces of the spectral patrons and the strange merchandise. She had to find it. She had to find May's laughter. A merchant with eyes like polished obsidian beckoned her closer. "Lost little sparrow?" he rasped, his voice a dry rustling of leaves. "Perhaps I have what you seek." Lin swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. "I'm looking for a voice," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "A young woman's laughter, bright like sunshine." The merchant tilted his head, a slow, deliberate movement. "Laughter is a precious commodity," he said, "easily shattered, difficult to contain. What are you willing to offer? Lynn's hand tightened on the hilt of her dagger. She had nothing left to sell, only her determination. My life if I have to, she said, her voice gaining strength. The merchant chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. Brave words, little sparrow, but life is cheap in this market. I deal in more lasting things, memories, regrets, desires. He gestured to a stall overflowing with small, intricately carved wooden boxes. Each one contains a memory, carefully extracted, preserved for eternity. Perhaps you have something I desire. Lynn hesitated. Memories were all she had left of May, precious fragments of a shared past. Could she bear to part with them? But the thought of never hearing her sister's laughter again was unbearable. I have memories, she said, her voice trembling, of my sister, of our childhood, of the day she left. The merchant's obsidian eyes gleamed. Show me, he said, extending a skeletal hand. Lynn closed her eyes and focused, drawing forth the memories of May. May chasing butterflies in the fields of their village, her laughter echoing through the tall grass. May teaching her how to weave flower crowns. May's tearful goodbye, her voice choked with emotion. As she relived the memories, a shimmering thread of light emanated from her, drawn towards the merchant's outstretched hand. He caught it, a look of satisfaction on his face. Interesting, he said, examining the thread. A strong bond, a sister's devotion. Yes, I believe I have something that might interest you. He led her to a row of flutes, each crafted from a different type of wood. He ran his fingers over them, a faint melody rising in the air. These flutes contain voices, he said, stolen from the living, preserved like echoes in a cave. Some are whispers of power, others songs of sorrow. But you seek laughter, do you not? He picked up a flute made of polished cherry wood, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. He held it to his lips and played a single note. Lynn gasped. It was her. It was May's laughter, bright and clear and full of joy. The sound washed over her, bringing tears to her eyes. This is it, she said, her voice choked with emotion. This is her laughter. The merchant smiled, a cruel, unsettling expression. Indeed, a rare vintage, yours for the right price. Lynn's heart sank. She had given him her memories. What more could he possibly want? I have nothing left to give, she said, her voice filled with despair. The merchant's smile widened. Oh, but you do, he said. You have your future. Lynn frowned, confused. My future? What do you mean? I want your potential, the merchant said. The life you could live, the dreams you could achieve. I want to see them, to experience them, and then to erase them. In exchange, you can have your sister's laughter. Lynn felt a chill run down her spine. He was asking her to give up everything, to become an empty shell. But the thought of hearing May's laughter again, of bringing that joy back into the world, was too tempting to resist. She closed her eyes, weighing the cost. Was it worth sacrificing her future for a single memory? As she hesitated, a voice echoed in her mind, a voice she hadn't heard in years. May's voice, filled with laughter and love. Don't do it, Lynn, the voice said. Don't give him anything. Lynn opened her eyes, startled. The voice was faint, barely audible, but it was enough. May wouldn't want her to sacrifice herself. She would want her to live, to fight, to find her own happiness. I refuse, Lynn said, her voice clear and strong. I will not give you my future. The merchant's face twisted in anger. Foolish girl, he hissed. Do you think you can defy me? I hold all the power here. He raised his hand. and the spirit lamps flickered, casting long, distorted shadows across the market. The air grew cold, and the murmurs of the crowd died down. All eyes were on Lynn. She stood her ground, her hand gripping the hilt of a dagger. She might be outmatched, but she wouldn't back down. She would fight for May's laughter, for her own future, for the right to choose her own destiny. "You may have stolen voices and memories," she said, her voice ringing through the market, "but you can't steal hope, you can't steal love, and you can't steal the human spirit." The merchant lunged at her, his eyes burning with rage. Lynn braced herself, ready to fight. But before he could reach her, a figure stepped between them. It was an old woman, her face etched with wrinkles, her eyes filled with wisdom. She wore simple robes, but there was an aura of power about her that made the merchant hesitate. "Enough," the old woman said, her voice calm but firm. "This market has gone on long enough. It is time to restore what has been stolen." The merchant sneered. "Who are you to interfere?" he demanded. The old woman smiled, a gentle, knowing expression. "I am the guardian of these mountains," she said, "and I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine." With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a torrent of energy that swept through the market. The spirit lamp shattered, the stalls collapsed, and the stolen voices and memories were released into the air. Lynn watched in awe as the laughter, the tears, the whispers of the past swirled around her, a chaotic symphony of emotions. She reached out, and a familiar sound filled her ears. May's laughter, brighter and clearer than she had ever remembered. The old woman turned to Lynn, her eyes filled with compassion. "Your sister's laughter is yours to keep," she said, "but it is not meant to be contained in a flute. It is meant to be shared, to be spread like sunshine." She gestured to a nearby stream, its waters sparkling in the moonlight. "Go," she said, "take her laughter with you. Let it flow through the mountains, through the villages, through the hearts of those who need it most." Lynn nodded, tears streaming down her face. She understood. May's laughter wasn't just a memory, it was a force, a source of joy and hope that could heal the world. She turned and ran towards the stream, her heart filled with gratitude. As she reached the water's edge, she closed her eyes and released May's laughter. The sound soared into the air, echoing through the mountains, filling the valley with its radiant joy. Lynn watched as the laughter transformed into shimmering butterflies, each one carrying a spark of May's spirit. The butterflies flew off in all directions, spreading their joy to the world. Lynn smiled, knowing that May's laughter would never truly be gone. It would live on in the hearts of those who heard it, a reminder of the power of love, hope, and the unbreakable bond between sisters. The market of echoes vanished, leaving behind only the silent mountains and the sparkling stream. Lynn didn't know what the future held, but she knew that she wasn't afraid. She had found May's laughter, and in doing so, she had found herself. She descended the mountain, her steps light and sure. The sun was rising, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson. As she walked, she could still hear May's laughter, a faint echo in her heart, a constant reminder of the joy that could be found even in the darkest times. The journey had been perilous, the cost nearly unbearable, but she had reclaimed more than just a sound. She had reclaimed her hope, her strength, and her unwavering belief in the power of love. And she knew, with absolute certainty, that May was still with her spirit soaring free, her laughter echoing through eternity. Years passed. Lynn, now a woman of strength and resolve, dedicated her life to spreading joy and hope throughout the land. She traveled from village to village, sharing stories of May and her infectious laughter. She taught children songs, helped families in need, and always reminded people to cherish the moments of joy in their lives. She became known as the Laughter Weaver, a symbol of resilience and the enduring power of the human spirit. And though she never saw May again, she knew that her sister's laughter lived on in the hearts of everyone she touched, a testament to the unbreakable bond between sisters and the transformative power of hope. The market of echoes was gone, but its lessons remained. That true value lies not in stolen moments, but in the shared experiences and enduring love that bind us together. Elara, her hands weathered like ancient wood, moved with a grace that belied her 70 years. Her world was the hum of bees, a symphony of life played out in the sun-drenched fields surrounding her cottage. These were no ordinary bees. Their honey, a shimmering golden elixir, held the power to unlock the sweetest chambers of memory. A single spoonful could transport one back to their first love, a childhood Christmas, or the day a long-held dream came true. For generations, Elara's family had been the keepers of these golden bees, a sacred trust passed down through blood and whispered secrets. She knew the language of the hive, the subtle dances that communicated needs and warnings. She understood the delicate balance that allowed the bees to create their magic, the precise combination of wildflowers and sunlight that infused their honey with its extraordinary properties. The memory honey, as it was known, wasn't sold for profit. It was given freely, offered as a balm for grief, a tonic for despair, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, joy existed. Elara had seen hardened war veterans weep with the remembered embrace of their mothers, grieving widows laugh with the ghost of their husbands' jokes, and children, robbed of happy beginnings, find solace in fabricated, yet vividly experienced moments of joy. The honey was a gift, a responsibility, and a secret fiercely guarded. Then the silence began. It started subtly, a gradual thinning of the familiar drone that permeated the air around the hives. Elara initially dismissed it as a natural fluctuation, a lull in activity due to the changing seasons. But the lull deepened, the hum faded, and the worst dawned upon her. The bees were vanishing. Hives that had once teemed with life were now eerily quiet, their golden inhabitants dwindling to a mere handful. Panic clawed at Elara's throat. She checked for disease, for parasites, for any of the usual culprits that plagued beekeepers. But the bees were healthy, strong, and strangely disoriented. They seemed to be searching for something, their delicate antennae twitching in confusion. Desperate, Elara consulted the ancient journals left by her ancestors, brittle parchment filled with arcane knowledge and warnings. She pored over their cryptic entries, her heart sinking with each passing hour. Finally, she found it, a passage, almost faded to illegibility, that spoke of a similar crisis, a time when the golden bees had disappeared, lured away by the allure of the Fae, the realm of the unseen, the creatures of myth and legend. Elara had always considered them stories, fantastical tales told to frighten children, but the journals spoke of their capricious nature, their love of beauty, and their insatiable desire for anything that held a spark of magic. The golden bees, with their honey that could manipulate memories, were undoubtedly a treasure in the eyes of the Fae. The journal described a hidden portal, a gateway between the mortal world and the realm of the Fae, located deep within the Whispering Woods, a place shunned by the villagers due to its unsettling atmosphere and strange occurrences. The portal was said to open only under the light of the hunter's moon, the full moon that marked the beginning of autumn. Elara knew what she had to do. She had to venture into the Whispering Woods, find a portal, and confront the Fae. The thought terrified her. She was an old woman, a beekeeper, not a warrior or a hero. But the fate of the bees and the solace they brought to the world rested on her shoulders. She couldn't fail. With a heavy heart, Elara packed a bag with provisions, dried berries, hard cheese, a flask of water, and a small jar of memory honey, salvaged from one of the nearly empty hives. She also took her grandfather's beekeeping veil, a worn leather apron, and a sturdy oak staff, its handle carved with the image of a bee. As she stepped out of her cottage and into the twilight, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The Whispering Woods loomed ahead, a dark and forbidding presence. The Whispering Woods lived up to its name. The wind rustled through the ancient trees, creating a constant murmur of secrets and warnings. Twisted branches clawed at the sky, their gnarled shapes forming grotesque figures in the fading light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something indefinable, yet undeniably magical. Elara followed the directions in the journal, her steps slow and deliberate. The wood seemed to resist her progress, thorny bushes snagging at her clothes, roots tripping her feet. Strange shadows danced in the periphery, and she could feel unseen eyes watching her every move. As she ventured deeper, the silence became unnerving. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, were absent. Only the whispering of the wind remained, a constant reminder that she was not alone. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she reached a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wider than a cottage. Its branches, draped with glowing moss, reached towards the sky like supplicating arms. Around the base of the tree, the ground was covered in a ring of luminous mushrooms, their caps pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. This was it, the portal. As Elara approached the oak, she could feel a surge of energy emanating from it. The air crackled with magic, and the whispering wind intensified, swirling around her like a tangible force. She raised her staff and touched it to the trunk of the tree. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. The luminous mushrooms pulsed faster, their light growing brighter. The air shimmered, and a swirling vortex of energy opened in front of her, a gateway into another realm. The portal was a kaleidoscope of colors, a swirling vortex of emerald, sapphire, and gold. It pulsed with an irresistible energy, beckoning her to step through. Fear threatened to paralyze her, but Elara steeled her resolve. She had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the portal. The transition was disorienting. One moment, she was standing in the Whispering Woods. The next, she was in a world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was heavy with the scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruit. Towering trees, their leaves shimmering with iridescent colors, formed a canopy overhead. filtering the light into a soft, ethereal glow. Waterfalls cascaded down moss-covered cliffs, their waters sparkling like liquid jewels. This was the realm of the Fae. The landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, but also unsettlingly alien. The laws of physics seemed to bend and twist here. Trees grew upside down, their roots reaching toward the sky. Water flowed uphill, defying gravity. The air hummed with a constant undercurrent of magic, a palpable energy that made her skin tingle. As Elara ventured further into the realm, she encountered its inhabitants. The Fae were as varied as the landscape itself. Some were tall and graceful, with flowing hair and piercing eyes. Others were small and mischievous, with pointed ears and mischievous grins. They were dressed in garments woven from leaves, flowers, and shimmering threads of light. They regarded her with curiosity, their eyes glinting with amusement and suspicion. Some whispered to each other in a language she couldn't understand, their voices like the tinkling of bells. Others openly stared, their expressions ranging from mild interest to outright hostility. Elara knew that she had to be careful. The Fae were known for their trickery, their love of riddles and bargains. She had to tread lightly, speak carefully, and avoid making any promises she couldn't keep. She approached a group of Fae who were gathered around a shimmering pool of water. They were tall and elegant, with skin as pale as moonlight and hair as dark as night. Their eyes were like chips of obsidian, cold and unreadable. "Greetings," Elara said, her voice trembling slightly. "I am Elara, a beekeeper from the mortal realm. I have come in search of my bees, the golden bees that make memory honey." The Fae exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. One of them stepped forward, her voice as smooth as silk. "The memory honey? A most intriguing substance. We have heard whispers of its power." "My bees have been taken," Elara said, her voice pleading. "I believe they have been brought here, to your realm." The Fae smiled, a chillingly beautiful expression. "And what makes you think we have your bees?" "I know the signs," Elara said. "The disquiet of the hive, the strange disorientation of the remaining bees, and the ancient journals of my family speak of a time when the Fae were drawn to the bees' magic." The Fae considered her words, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke. "Perhaps we do know something of these bees, but if you wish to reclaim them, you must prove yourself worthy." "Worthy?" Elara asked, her heart sinking. "What must I do?" "You must complete 3 tasks," the Fae said. "Each task will test your wit, your courage, and your compassion. If you succeed, we will return your bees. If you fail, you will remain here in our realm forever." Elara felt a shiver run down her spine, but she knew she had no choice. "I accept," she said, her voice firm. "Tell me the tasks." The Fae smiled again, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Very well. Your first task is to find the lost song of the willow. It is a melody of immeasurable beauty, capable of soothing even the most troubled soul. But it has been lost for centuries, hidden somewhere within this realm. You must find it and bring it back to us." Elara nodded, her mind already racing. Finding a lost song in a realm as vast and mysterious as this seemed like an impossible task. But she had to try. "And where can I find this willow?" Elara asked. "The willow doesn't have a fixed location. It wanders with the wind, but it is said to prefer places where sorrow resides, places where tears have been shed." Elara thanked the Fae and set off, her oak staff her only companion. She wandered through the shimmering forests, her ears straining for any hint of the lost song. She asked the creatures she encountered, the pixies, the sprites, the gnomes, if they had heard it, but none of them could help her. Days turned into nights, and Alara grew weary. Doubt gnawed at her, whispering that she would never find the song. Perhaps the Fae had set her an impossible task, knowing that she would fail. Just as she was about to give up, she stumbled upon a hidden glade. In the center stood a weeping willow, its branches heavy with sorrow. The air around it was thick with a palpable sense of sadness, as if the tree itself was grieving. As Alara drew closer, she heard it, a faint, ethereal melody carried on the wind. It was the lost song of the willow, a hauntingly beautiful tune that spoke of loss, longing, and the enduring power of hope. Tears welled up in Alara's eyes as she listened to the song. It resonated with her own grief, the pain of losing her husband, the fear of failing her family's legacy, but it also reminded her of the beauty of life, the joy of connection, and the importance of holding on to hope, even in the darkest of times. She carefully transcribed the melody onto a piece of bark, using charcoal she found nearby. Then, with a heavy heart, she returned to the Fae, carrying the lost song of the willow. The Fae listened intently as Alara played the song on a simple flute she had fashioned from a hollow reed. The melody filled the air, its haunting beauty touching even the coldest hearts. When she finished, the Fae was silent for a moment, their expressions unreadable. Finally, the Fae spoke. "The song is indeed beautiful. You have completed the first task, but the next will be even more challenging." Alara waited, her heart pounding in her chest. "Your second task is to retrieve the stolen laughter of the children of the glen," the Fae said. "They were once the happiest creatures in this realm, their laughter echoing through the forests. But their joy was stolen by the Shadow Witch, who covets all things bright and beautiful. You must find her lair and retrieve their laughter." Alara felt a chill run down her spine. The Shadow Witch was a creature of nightmares, a being of pure darkness, who delighted in stealing joy and spreading despair. Her lair was said to be located in the Shadowlands, a desolate and foreboding region where sunlight never reached. "How can I find the Shadow Witch's lair?" Alara asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Follow the path of sorrow," the Fae said. "The Shadow Witch leaves a trail of despair in her wake. Where hope fades, where dreams die, there you will find her." Alara thanked the Fae and set off again, her oak staff her only comfort. She followed the path of sorrow, her heart heavy with each step. She passed through blighted lands where the trees were withered and the flowers had turned to ash. She saw creatures weeping, their faces etched with despair. Finally, after days of travel, she reached the Shadowlands. The air was thick with a suffocating darkness, and the ground was littered with broken dreams and shattered hopes. The Shadow Witch's lair was a towering fortress of obsidian, its walls pulsating with a malevolent energy. Alara approached the fortress cautiously, her senses on high alert. She could feel the Shadow Witch's presence, a cold and oppressive force that threatened to crush her spirit. As she neared the gates, she was confronted by the Shadow Witch's minions, grotesque creatures twisted by darkness and despair. They attacked her with savage ferocity, their claws and teeth bared. Alara fought back with all her might, her oak staff a surprisingly effective weapon. She parried their blows, dodged their attacks, and struck them with swift and decisive blows. But the minions were relentless, and she was beginning to tire. Just when she thought she was about to be overwhelmed, she remembered the jar of memory honey she had brought with her. She quickly opened the jar and smeared a dab of the honey onto her tongue. Suddenly, she was filled with a surge of energy and joy. She remembered the love of her family, the beauty of her bees, the satisfaction of helping others. The darkness around her seemed to recede, and she felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. With a newfound strength, she fought off the minions and forced her way into the fortress. Inside, she found herself in a vast chamber, its walls lined with cages. In each cage were the children of the glen, their faces gaunt and their eyes filled with despair. In the center of the chamber stood the Shadow Witch, a tall and terrifying figure cloaked in darkness. She held a crystal orb in her hand, and Alara could see the stolen laughter of the children of the glen swirling within it. "So, you have come to challenge me," the Shadow Witch said, her voice a chilling rasp. "You are a fool to think you can defeat me. I am the mistress of despair, the queen of shadows. Your hope means nothing here." "I may be a fool," Alara said, her voice trembling slightly, "but I will not let you steal the joy of these children. I will not let you spread your darkness." "Then you will die," the Shadow Witch said, and she unleashed her power. Darkness surged towards Alara, threatening to engulf her. But Alara stood her ground, her heart filled with the memory of the memory honey. She focused on the joy of the others, the solace her bees had brought, and she pushed back against the darkness with all her might. A beam of golden light shot from her heart, striking the crystal orb in the Shadow Witch's hand. The orb shattered, and the stolen laughter of the children of the glen was released, filling the chamber with its joyful sound. The Shadow Witch shrieked in agony as the laughter washed over her, weakening her power. Alara seized the opportunity and struck her with her oak staff. The Shadow Witch crumbled into dust, and the darkness in the chamber began to dissipate. The children of the glen were freed from their cages, their laughter echoing through the fortress. They thanked Alara profusely, their eyes shining with renewed joy. Alara felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had completed the second task. With the children of the glen in tow, Alara returned to the Fae, carrying their stolen laughter. The Fae were astonished by her success. "You have shown great courage and compassion," the Fae said. "You have proven yourself worthy. But there is one task remaining. This will be the most difficult task yet." Alara braced herself, her heart pounding in her chest. "Your final task is to heal the wounded king," the Fae said. "He is the ruler of this realm, but he has been struck by a grievous wound, a wound that festers with bitterness and resentment. He is imprisoned within his castle, slowly fading away, his sorrow poisoning the land. You must heal him, or this realm will fall into darkness." Alara felt a wave of despair wash over her. Healing a wounded king, a king consumed by bitterness and resentment, seemed like an impossible task. But she knew she had to try. "How can I heal him?" Alara asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You must offer him a memory," the Fae said, "a memory of pure, unadulterated joy, a memory that will remind him of the beauty of life and the power of love. But the memory must be genuine, a memory that comes from your own heart." Alara felt a flicker of hope. She knew she had many precious memories, moments of joy and connection, that she treasured above all else. But could she truly offer one to the king, a stranger consumed by bitterness and resentment? And how do I offer him this memory? Elara asked. Does he need memory honey? The memory honey is imbued with your own magic. It would be the same as offering him yourself. You must bare your soul. It is a risk, but if you succeed, you will have saved not only your bees, but this realm. Elara thanked the Fae and set off towards the king's castle, her heart filled with trepidation. The castle was a desolate and foreboding structure, its walls crumbling and its towers shrouded in mist. The air around it was thick with despair, and Elara could feel the king's pain radiating outwards like a palpable force. As she approached the gates, she was stopped by the king's guards. They were grim and unyielding, their faces etched with sorrow. "You cannot enter," they said. "The king wishes to see no one." "I have come to heal him," Elara said, her voice firm. "I have been sent by the Fae." The guards hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly allowed her to pass. Elara entered the castle, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside, she found herself in a vast and desolate hall. The walls were covered in tapestries depicting scenes of joy and celebration, but they were faded and tattered, their colors dulled by the king's sorrow. At the end of the hall, on a throne draped in black velvet, sat the wounded king. He was a gaunt and spectral figure, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with pain. Elara approached him cautiously, her heart filled with compassion. "Your Majesty," she said, her voice gentle, "I have come to heal you." The king looked at her with disdain. "Heal me? No one can heal me. My wound is too deep, my pain too great." "I believe I can," Elara said. "I have been given a gift, the ability to share memories. I can offer you a memory of pure joy, a memory that will remind you of the beauty of life and the power of love." The king scoffed. "And what makes you think I want your memories? I have no need for joy or love. They are illusions, fleeting and meaningless." "Perhaps," Elara said, "but even illusions can bring comfort in the darkest of times. Please, your Majesty, allow me to share a memory with you. It will cost you nothing, and it may bring you peace." The king hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "I have nothing to lose." Elara took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She focused on a memory of her wedding day. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her skin, the scent of wild flowers in the air, the sound of her husband's laughter. She remembered the love that filled her heart, the joy of starting a new life together. She opened her eyes and looked at the king. "I am ready," she said. She reached out and took the king's hand. As their fingers touched, a surge of energy passed between them. Elara's memory flooded into the king's mind, filling him with the warmth of love and the joy of connection. The king gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. He saw himself as Elara's husband standing at the altar, his heart filled with love. He felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, the scent of wild flowers in the air, the sound of his own laughter. For a moment, the king was transported to another time, another place. He was no longer the wounded king, consumed by bitterness and resentment. He was a man in love, filled with hope and joy. Then the memory faded, and the king was back in his castle, sitting on his throne. But something had changed. The darkness in his eyes had diminished, and a faint smile played on his lips. "That was beautiful," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." Ilara smiled, her heart filled with joy. She had healed the wounded king. As the king's sorrow faded, his castle began to transform. The crumbling walls were repaired, the tattered tapestries were restored, and the air filled with the sound of music and laughter. The king rose from his throne, his face radiant with joy. "You have saved me," he said to Ilara. "You have saved this realm. I am forever in your debt." Ilara bowed her head. "I am glad I could help," she said. The king then summoned the Fae and commanded them to return Ilara's bees. The Fae obeyed immediately, bringing forth the golden bees from their hidden sanctuary. Ilara watched with tears in her eyes as her bees were released, their golden bodies filling the air with their familiar hum. They swarmed around her, their antennae twitching with recognition. She thanked the king and the Fae for their help, then returned to the mortal realm, carrying her bees with her. As she stepped back through the portal, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. She had faced her fears, overcome impossible challenges, and saved her bees from the clutches of the Fae. She had proven herself worthy of her family's legacy, and she had brought hope and joy back to the world. When she returned to her cottage, she found it bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The remaining bees greeted her with ecstatic dances, their buzzing a symphony of welcome. Ilara wept with joy, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She knew that the journey into the realm of the Fae had changed her. She was no longer just a beekeeper, she was a guardian of hope, a protector of memories, and a bridge between worlds. And as she tended to her golden bees, she knew that their honey would continue to bring solace and joy to those who needed it most. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, the sweetest memories can light the way. And now, some soothing rain sounds for those that are still awake. Sweet dreams, friend.